Council for Tuesday, May 20th, 2025. The City of Dawson Creek acknowledges that we are privileged to live and work on Treaty 8 territory and the traditional home of the Cree, Danese, Saulteaux, Sicanni, and Slavey First Nations. We value the Métis peoples that live and gather here. We commit to upholding the respectful relationship these nations have built with the land, and we acknowledge our responsibility to carry that forward today and into the future. First order of business is 2 delegations. 2.1, we have Chenyl Graff representing the Dawson Creek Society for Community Living in attendance regarding the proclamation to declare May 25th to the 31st, 2025 as National Accessibility Week in Dawson Creek. So good morning, Chenyl, and welcome. Yeah, you can come up, you bet. Yeah, that's good right there. We'll just read the proclamation here. Whereas National Accessibility Week is to be held across Canada from May 25th to the 21st, 2025. Whereas our community's strength is built upon the diverse talents and contributions of all of its members, including those with disabilities who continue to shape our inclusive future. And whereas our local government, in alignment with the BC Accessibility Act, pledges to continue working towards the removal of barriers and the improvement of accessible services and facilities in every sector of our community. And whereas true accessibility is achieved through collaboration among public agencies, private organizations, and community groups, and through active engagement with persons with disabilities and other underrepresented communities. And whereas our municipality recognizes the leadership and achievements that contribute to a culture of inclusivity, innovation, and community resilience. Now therefore, I, Darcy Dober, Mayor of the City of Dawson Creek, do hereby proclaim May 25th to the 31st, 2025 as National Accessibility Week in the City of Dawson Creek, and encourage all citizens to join me in this worthy observance. So yeah, thank you for joining us, Chenyl. I think it's, as far as accessibility, we realize the importance of that in our community. I've got to know you a little bit through the Dawson Creek Society for Community Living. Such a phenomenal organization that we have in our community and what it does for our community. And then also the first event really that I got to do was with you, and you sang "O Canada" at the U18 event. So you've been a real inspiration for our community, and you mentioned earlier today a couple of the jobs that you do, and it didn't surprise me how you give back to our community and make it a better place. So yeah, just want to thank you for what you do each and every day, and just really recognize the accessibility in our community and how important it is. So thank you. Is there anything that you wanted to?
I have a couple of things.
Okay, I have a mic here. I'm just going to turn on. So there you go.
Hello. Okay. So I didn't actually write a speech because accessibility is what we do every day, and not just for my work. I promised myself when I was going to university that I would never work in the accessibility field because literally that's my life. It's my work and it's my personal. And I know we have Proclamation to work to kind of lessen the barriers, and it's really hard. I get that. It's hard because it's like a hydra. Once you cut off one of the heads, once you solve one of the problems, another one pops up. So the thing about accessibility for me is it's not just for me, it's not just for people dealing with disabilities or diverse abilities, it's for everybody. And I'm really hoping that, I love the proclamation, I'm hoping it's followed by a lot of action, because for me, it's not as simple as getting up, grabbing my keys, and leaving. For example, my partner drove me here today, so I'm excited. And again, I feel sorry for the city because I always have suggestions. Devin will tell you that I always have suggestions, and I'm very honest about those suggestions. So I'm super excited to keep working with everybody, and hopefully Marlo will let me keep representing and giving my suggestions. And even if she doesn't, you will probably still hear from me. But but yes, thank you very much for letting me be here. And I'm super excited to see what Dawson Creek does next for accessibility. And I promise you, if there's nothing, you'll hear from me. So.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Chenyl. And I don't think you don't need to apologize about communicating with us, because that's we're open to that and at all levels. And I know Devin has done a lot of work with accessibility, and lots of our policies moving forward are to definitely make the community as inclusive as possible, and accessibility is a big part of that. And last year we had the privilege of going on a little wheelchair tour to see how inaccessible some of our areas were, but it just really showed that the work that
Well, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Once that transit gets fixed, you're going to have a lot of easier time. I'm just saying. Just saying.
Yeah, definitely something we're looking at for sure. So.
Oh, I know. But thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So I have the proclamation here, and Melissa's going to come up with a picture.
Derek is not going to sit for that. He's laying down.
Yeah,
he does not get why we're standing here. He likes to move.
Fine, so.
Good, thank you.
Here's the proclamation. So thank you again for coming in.
Yeah. Right. Derek. Okay.
All right, our next order of business is 2.2. We have Heather Kohler, Communications and Marketing Manager, the Dawson Co-operative Union, in attendance regarding proclamation to declare May. I'm losing my mind already. The day's just starting. Declare May 21st, 2025 as Dawson Co-operative Union Founders Day. So welcome, Heather.
Thank you.
All right. Whereas the Dawson Cooperative Union Founders Day will be held on May 21st, 2025. Whereas the Dawson Cooperative Union was established in 1921 by a group of visionary community members who sought to build a locally owned, democratically governed organization based on the principles of cooperation, mutual support, and the service to the community. And whereas for more than a century, the Dawson Cooperative Union has played a vital role in strengthening the social and economic fabric of Dawson Creek, contributing to the well-being of residents and supporting local development. And whereas the cooperative's continued commitment to its founding values, community, ownership, integrity, and sustainability serves as a lasting legacy of the founders' vision and a source of pride for all who live and work in the region. And whereas the City of Dawson Creek acknowledges and honors the contributions of the Dawson Cooperative Union and its members, past and present, who have helped shape the identity and prosperity of our community. Now, therefore, I, Darcy Dober, Mayor of the City of Dawson Creek, do hereby proclaim May 21st, 2025 as Dawson Cooperative Union Founders Day in the City of Dawson Creek, and encourage all citizens to join me in celebrating the values and accomplishments of the Dawson Cooperative Union. So, yeah, I mean, it's pretty amazing, really, to look at an organization that's been around for 104 years with values that are about community ownership, integrity, about giving back, and to see that still a focus today. It's a pretty big shout out to what the Dawson Cooperative Union has done, but what they do for our community. It's one of the first things I realized in this role was meeting with Rod was one of the first that I met with, but just to really understand the leadership of the co-op and how it is about its members, but it's about putting community first. And everything that has been done is about really the contribution to making our community a better place. And I look at the Dawson Co-op as a leader in our community. And yeah, I'm just honored that I get to be part of that, but build the relationship with the co-op and really help in any way that I can guide that. But yeah, we're just really grateful. And it's crazy that it's been 104 years. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah,
so
crazy.
yeah, so congratulations to to yourself, to the co-op, to the members, to the team there. I know it's there's a lot of depth there, and it's a lot about community, and it's definitely at this level, it doesn't go unnoticed. We appreciate the contribution to our community. So yeah, so thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I don't know if you wanted to add
I
anything.
don't,
No?
could not say that any better.
Okay.
No, thank you so much for the honor.
Perfect. Well, there you go.
Thank
Nice to
you.
meet you.
Thank you.
Again, I just
That's
noticed
right.
that, so
The co-op pen, gotta make sure the hair is going on.
yeah. Perfect.
Thank you so much. Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome.
See you tomorrow.
Yes, in the morning. You bet. All right, our next order of business is 2.3. We have Rowsell, Senior Manager of Marketing and Communications with BC Lung Foundation in attendance via Teams regarding introduction to bringing air quality monitors to Dawson Creek, the Carter's project. So, good morning, Kira. Can you hear? Oh, can you hear me? We can't hear you.
There we go.
Yeah, perfect. Good morning,
Okay,
Kira, and
perfect.
welcome. So
Good morning, nice to see you.
Yeah, you as well. So the floor is all yours. So.
Okay, that's great. I'm going to go ahead and share the presentation. Okay. Can everyone see the deck?
Yes.
Okay, that's perfect. Okay, so I can get started. So, hello, Council. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me today. So, my name is Rowsell. I'm the Senior Manager of Marketing and Communications at the BC Lung Foundation. And today I'm going to be chatting to you about bringing a proposal to bring air quality monitors to Dawson's Creek through an initiative called Carter's Project. But first, just in case you aren't familiar with BC Lung, I can tell you a little bit about the organization. So BC Lung is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping prevent lung disease and improving lung health through research, education, advocacy, and patient support initiatives. So we help fund lung health research, support patients, and help British Columbians to safeguard their lung health by providing resources, webinars, and workshops. So our office is located in Vancouver, so that's where I'm calling you from today, but we do support individuals and communities across the province. And 1 in 5 British Columbians actually live with lung disease, whether that's asthma, COPD, pulmonary fibrosis, just to name a few. So with more frequent and intense wildfires each year, these individuals are very vulnerable to exacerbations, which significantly puts their health at risk and possibly their lives at risk as well. So one of our newest programs is called Carter's Project. So Carter's Project is an initiative in honor of Carter Buy, which funds the free distribution of air quality monitors throughout British Columbia. So Carter's story. So in the summer of 2023 in 100 Mile House, 9-year-old Carter Buy sadly passed away due to an asthma attack exacerbated by poor air quality caused by wildfire smoke. Now his family did everything right. They checked the air quality before heading outside for the day. However, the nearest air quality monitor station was 100 kilometers away, and the skies were actually really clear, but the air over 100 Mile House was visibly very poor. And real-time local air quality monitoring likely would have saved his life. So when we learned about Carter's story, we collaborated with Carter's family to make sure that this doesn't happen again. So in addition to providing monitors, through community engagement, the project aims to increase awareness of air quality monitoring and to educate communities on air quality and its effects. So the project goals are to increase accessibility of real-time air quality information, provide air quality education to communities heavily affected by wildfire smoke, engage with rural communities to increase awareness of the importance of lung health, and equip households with the tools and resources to make informed decisions about their lung health. More information leads to better decision-making, so we're really just trying to provide the tools and information for families to stay informed and know how to best protect themselves and their lungs. So last May, BC Lung put Carter's Project into action. We visited 100 Mile House, where Carter's from, to distribute air quality monitors to local families who want access to real-time data on air quality. So we hosted a town hall where we gave a presentation on air quality and monitoring. We did a do-it-yourself air cleaner workshop, and we distributed 100 indoor monitors to local residents, in addition to 10 outdoor monitors throughout the town. So our hope is to bring Carter's Project to communities in need across BC. Now, what you'll see on the screen there, in the search of our next community to support, the city of Dawson Creek was identified as a community lacking a public outdoor air quality monitor, with the nearest monitor located approximately 75 kilometers away in Fort St. John. This is a screenshot from the website IQ Air. This website pulls public data from outdoor air quality monitors, whether that's stations operated by the government or individuals or businesses who register their monitoring devices. But as you can see, there is a significant information gap on the map, and our hope is that we can help fill that gap. So what we provide, so to do this, we're proposing bringing Carter's project to Dawson Creek. Our team from BC Lung would travel to Dawson Creek and hold the town hall. And ahead of time, we would invite local residents to the town hall and to apply for indoor air quality monitors. We would also collaborate with a local meteorologist to identify the best locations to install the outdoor monitors. And as part of the town hall, we would also facilitate a do-it-yourself air cleaner workshop. We provide all the materials, and participants can then bring home those air cleaners with them. And we also give a presentation on air quality, how to use the indoor monitors that people would receive, and then answer any questions about lung health that anyone in the community may have. In addition to the town hall that we hosted in 100 Mile House, we also did a do-it-yourself air cleaner workshop at a local elementary school. We had a grade 6 or 7 class build the cleaners, and this actually provided air cleaners for every classroom in the school. It was a really cool way to engage with kids on the topic of air quality, and this is something that we could also explore facilitating in Dawson Creek as well. So where we need support. So this is a fully subsidized program. We have 3 fundraising events every year. We have been fundraising for this for about a year. We also have donation campaigns as well. So we don't require any additional funding. We're simply just looking for local support from council and a contact to maybe work with to secure a location in town for a town hall meeting. And then maybe just some guidance on how best to share the opportunity with the community. When we went to 100 Mile House, we had an ad in the local paper. We did some targeted social media advertising, but yeah, just maybe some insight as to the best way to reach the community. And that concludes my presentation. And yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Kira, and thank you for presenting today and also previously to myself. So,
For sure.
as mentioned, I think our condolences to Carter's family, and I think in life, there's out of all challenges we face, there's always good that comes out of it. Obviously, something like this is not wished upon anybody. But to see that, the family and the BC Lung Association or Foundation is, being proactive moving forward and learning from this, it's, it's definitely a great thing. So, yeah, so I just want to thank you for that. So,
For sure. Thanks.
I'll open up to council for questions. Councillor Parslow?
Yes, I'm surprised that we don't have at least particulate matter being monitored, because I wrote a letter to the provincial government, who directed me back to our local MLA quite a few years ago about air quality issues. And I was told by the then MLA that we did have particulate matter being monitored.
Okay.
I raised the issue of the need for chemical analysis of our air, given all the oil gas industry work in our region. So I know we don't have that, but can you comment on the particulate matter? And the second question, which is related to, is this monitoring system both particular and chemical?
I know that the outdoor monitors, yes, would pull data for PM 2.5 in the air. I'm not sure about chemical, but I can look into that for you. The outdoor monitors that we use are called purple air monitors. So they're easily installed outdoors on the side of a building or in an outdoor area. It's connected through Wi-Fi, and then yes, it is automatically uploaded to these systems. In our research looking into the area, we were using IQ Air, which does pull all of the public monitors. There's definitely no government monitoring in the area, but I can look into if there was anything additional, and I can find out about the chemical side of that as well.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much for the presentation. That was a fairly dramatic map you showed with the lack of monitoring capacity in the Dawson Creek area, and given the last 4 or 5 years of wildfires, that's obviously distressing to think we're not potentially getting up-to-date information. So with respect to your inquiry, around locations and opportunities to engage with the public on the subject. What, I guess the question would be kind of, what is your timeline? I mean, I'm sure we can refer this to staff and they can provide you with a number of opportunities. We've got, you know, a number of things, especially in the summer coming up, that I think there's an abundance of opportunities, both outdoor and indoor. What are your, I guess, timelines around that? And we go from there would be my, but I think it's a great initiative. It's very, you know, not something that's really top of mind until you can see smoke in the air.
Yeah.
And then suddenly people's kids can't go outside at recess and public events are being canceled and you have to worry about healthcare capacity, which is already a rare and precious thing in these parts sometimes. And people who have, like some of my own family members, asthma, that becomes an added element of stress. So.
For sure.
Yeah, and you know, the notion that the initiative is already funded is always nice. Nice to hear from our end because we've got no shortage of demands on our finite resources. So, you know, without speaking for the rest of council, I think this is an initiative we'd be very happy to work with you on. And I'm not sure how we ended up with a lack of air monitors here. I'm gonna just go out on a limb and assume it's Devon's fault. But it's funnier if you know Devon. But thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Councillor Earl.
I can speak to timeline, sorry. So we are happy to come, I guess, as soon as possible. Obviously, wildfire season is starting, so it would be great to get this installed, I guess, before, I guess there's a lot happening in the region. As far as organizing, I would say we need about a month once we get, I guess, like an ad or application running so households can apply, just so we can collect that information over the month. So yeah, I'd say about a month timeline we'd need, but I guess we're totally flexible on whenever would work to host a town hall.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. Great presentation, wonderful cause. Share our condolences with the mayor. Do you offer the opportunity to just purchase the private in-home air monitors through our website at all?
Yeah, the monitors we actually give away, the indoor ones are from IKEA, actually. They're about $50. They monitor PM 2.5. They do temperature, humidity, and total volatile organic compounds as well. So we will be bringing those. If people in the community want to receive one for free, we will be giving those out. Obviously, depending on what the demand is. As I mentioned, we gave away 100 in a 100-mile house, so we'll see how many are wanted. If there's a huge demand, then yes, we can always provide, I guess, resources if people want to purchase those on their own.
Wonderful, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Apollonio.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, thank you very much, Kyra, for the presentation. Of course, I'm echoing, of course, the rest of the councillor. I'm okay with this because especially it's being funded already. So if we really need this, so at least it's very helpful in the community to make sure that everyone is healthy, especially lung is especially an important part of our body. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Councillor Apollonio. Any other questions? I just had a couple. I know I did ask you these before, but so the 100 that you have in homes in a 100-mile house, so a homeowner would opt to put that in there, and then do you get that information as well from it, or is it just exterior one? Like,
yeah, only the outdoor monitors are the data is publicly uploaded. The indoor monitors are just for private use within your home. I mean, people spend, I think it's like 90% of the time in their houses, so that's really just like, you know, particular matter from cooking, from candles, all that stuff. Or like if there is wildfire smoke entering the home, you're going to have a reading on what the air quality is inside of your house. But that data is private. That's not getting uploaded anywhere.
okay. And then, I mean, I would assume the purpose of the town hall is obviously to educate the community, but is it also to find, like, so where you can put the monitors, or do you kind of have an idea where those would go, like the exterior ones that you would?
Yes, so I believe our VP of Health Initiatives has already found a local meteorologist that, if we move forward, we'll work with the meteorologist to identify the best locations within town, like based on the terrain and like where air quality monitoring would be most beneficial to place those in those areas. In 100 Mile House, for example, we put some at schools. It's a great place to put it, just, because that's where all the kids are going, hospital and community center. But yeah, the meteorologist will be able to help guide that as well.
Yeah, excellent. And since you mentioned schools, our next delegation actually is the Interact Club from our local high school. So it was,
Nice.
just kind of coincidence that yours was presenting first and then them, because they're, there's a great group of students at our school that this, might be something too that they could help with too, right?
Yeah,
So,
that would be awesome.
Yeah.
Sure, good time.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much, Kira. Like Councillor Earl said, I don't see any issues with council. Later on in mayor's updates, we'll kind of go over this and,
Sure.
then we'll get back to you. So thank you very much and,
Okay,
and enjoy your day.
perfect. Okay, thanks for your time.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
See ya.
All right, our next order of business is 2.4. We have Alysa, Galve, Julianne, Escarez, Albert Egress, and Vicki Rose with the Dawson Creek Interact Club in attendance regarding jail and bail fundraisers. So good morning and welcome. Yeah, I put that chair. Morning, cool. If you just push the button in the middle there, then I'll turn it on. There you go. Good morning and welcome. And the floor is all yours. So,
Good morning, everybody. My name is Alysa, and I'm the president of the Interact Club. I'm here with Albert Ergas, our vice president. I'm also here with Julianne Escarez, our social media manager. So, in behalf of Dawson Creek Interact Club, we're here because we are a youth-led service organization supported by the Rotary Club. So Interact Club empowers high school students just like myself to develop leadership skills and while giving back to our community through service projects and global initiatives.
Over the years, our club has organized events like movie night fundraisers for shelter boxes, bake sales, kindness kits for local nonprofits, food hampers and for families in need, and even supported international exchange opportunities for students. All of this is possible thanks to the support of our school community and incredible local leaders.
So this year, we are very thrilled to announce one of our most exciting fundraisers yet. We call it the Jail Booth Fundraiser. It is on June 7, 2025 from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Co-op Mall, and it is to raise funds for our ongoing community and school projects.
And now the fun part. We're recreating a lighthearted community tradition where local figures are arrested and jailed until they can raise enough bail through donations. And it's all in good fun and all for a great cause.
Today, we'd like to extend a special invitation to our community leaders, together with different organizations, to be our official prisoners, such as Mayor Darcy Dober, Councillor Greg Apolliono, and Councillor McDonald.
They need to leave half of us out so there's someone to bail you out.
I was going to offer the rest.
We would absolutely be honored to have the three of you participate as our featured inmates. With your help and a bit of friendly competition, we're confident we can rally the community to meet our fundraising goals, spark some joy, and build some awareness around the work that the Interact Club and the Rotary work is doing.
So as prisoners, you'll be locked up in our custom jail booth with full amenities, with bathroom breaks, of course, until your supporters post bail through donations. It could be through cash or e-transfers. And each day will be a maximum of 2 hours unless you raise your bail faster.
Thank you so much for considering, and we hope to see you there, maybe even behind bars. Any questions?
Well, first off, I just want to thank you for coming in and to present to us. It's nice to meet you, but also, it's youth is a big thing for this council and the city. We realize that our youth are our future and leaders. And just seeing the three of you come in here and what you're planning to do, it shows that we have a lot of hope in our future and the leadership you guys are showing for coming in here, but also for what you currently do in the community. It's just, yeah, we're just grateful for that. So thank you. I'll let Councillor McDonald go next here.
Thank you, Your Worship. I really only have one question. Will there be snacks?
Yes.
Okay, I'm all in then. Thank you very much for the invitation.
You should say you'll
Duly
get
honored.
snacks only if you meet your contribution.
That's right. Bring your own, maybe.
Councillor Apollonio?
Thank you, Your Worship. The question is, why me? Maybe you know that I have been in prison before, so I'm just refreshing my past life. No, just kidding. Just keep the record straight. I'm clean, okay?
It's coming out. Uh-oh.
So yeah, I experienced this before, but not during your high school, during in the Philippines. So I'm pretty familiar about this, but I'm not in jail, so I'm the one who's always looking around. So what else? So how long? Do we have a dress code inside, like the orange thing, like the P or something?
No.
You just need to show up.
Okay. Okay. No, yeah, I'm just only kicking up. Okay. Thank you very much for invitation. I'll try my best. I'll make my calendar and I will make myself available on that day. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Apollonio. I guess if you do have an outfit you want to wear, you probably could. They wouldn't be against it. But.
Nobody'd be surprised.
Yeah. Councillor Earl?
Well, I just wanted to thank you all and congratulate you on taking the initiative. With respect to the jail and bail, I appreciate the fact that you are preemptively asking people if they want to be. I know I was involved in the previous iteration of the jail and bail, and over time, what we found had happened is there were certain prominent public figures who, upon learning that the jail and bail was coming, would just leave town for a couple days so they didn't have to do it. And people did nominate people to anonymously be arrested, which is fun for their coworkers who they show up and they get to take pictures of them being arrested. But if somebody's not planning to take 2 or 3 or 4 hours off work, it can be very irksome. So I appreciate your conscientiousness with respect to ensuring that while you're doing this good work, people aren't being inconvenienced. And one last idea. You could probably raise a lot of money from people to keep Councillor Parslow in jail. Like, if you just go do around the building with staff, you could probably clear that fundraising goal in an afternoon.
Yeah. You might get away with just arresting one person. Any other questions? I'm afraid to allow Councillor Parslow to talk right now. But Councillor Parslow?
Just for information, and this is being arranged for some time, I am many miles from Dawson Creek on June the 7th. But I think you've made good selection, and I'd like to see Councillor MacDonald not be provided any refreshments or nothing to do with Tim Hortons.
And a real high number. You know, with technology, some of this stuff can be done remotely, right?
I see, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very active on that day. I'm teaching.
Yeah. Any other questions? I just want to thank you again for coming in, and I'm definitely excited for the day. I'll get back to you. I'm pretty sure I'm available in the morning, but I'll let you know. But who do we get a hold of for like time? Is there time slots, or is it?
Well, I think we sent like
Just
an email.
an email? Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. Excellent. Well, thank you very much for coming in, and we appreciate it, and we look forward to the day. And good job just taking this initiative to make our community a better place. So it's very inspiring, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, you're welcome. Vicki, did you want a picture before? Yeah, okay. You want
Go for it. You're getting locked up. All right.
Thank you.
Good job, guys.
Maybe you had to ask why you.
Sorry, buddy.
Sorry, just get all the angles. There, thank you so much.
Good job, guys. Well done.
I just looked up the picture.
All right, our next order of business is we have Chelsea Mottishaw, Tourism, Emergency and Climate Readiness Manager, City of Dawson Creek, in attendance regarding Emergency Management Program update. So, morning, Chelsea, and welcome.
Good morning, everyone. All right, I'm happy you just got up and moved because I have you for 20 minutes plus questions. I know.
Whoa, how did that happen?
Oh, it started. Let's go. All right. So first off, thanks for having me this morning. I am here to provide an emergency management program update. And our hope is that we'll be able to provide this update annually as more of a situational awareness coming into the spring, summer emergency season, I'm going to call it. So let's jump in. In November of 2023, the province put into legislation the Emergency Disaster Management Act. And we knew this Management Act was coming, but one of the areas that they're really focusing on is looking at emergency through the lens of 4 pillars. So mitigation and prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery. And so over the last 2 years, we've been really working towards all of these different areas. Mitigation and prevention is focused more on what are our risks. So we have completed a hazard, risk, and vulnerability assessment. We have our water and environmental team who is conducting a lot of monitoring on our water situation and climate information. And then we've completed a lot of structural and non-structural mitigation projects throughout the city. Preparedness, one area that we will be working on this fall is business continuity planning. So this is looking at the core services of the city, IT, water, roads, and going, okay, if there was an emergency that impacted those core services, what are those departments going to do? What is their emergency response plan specific to those core services? So Sarah and I will be working on that this fall with all our departments. We have departmental emergency response plans. These are focused mostly in the water and environmental world or the operations world. And then we are developing a communication plan around all of our hazards. A water scarcity plan has been completed and ongoing. So you'll see this diamond shape kind of in a few slides. That means it's ongoing. So we're doing staff training and exercises. When I first started this position in 21, my main focus was response. Where is our emergency operations center location? Where is our ESS reception center locations? Are we trained? Do we have humans to be able to activate? And I'm happy to say that we are there now. We have people trained. We have a lot of staff trained for both activations types. And then we have informal agreements with areas like Poughkeepsie Regional District, Fort St. John's ESS team, and search and rescue. One area that we will have to start to delve into as more regulations get developed is the recovery. So recovery plans, how quickly can we bounce back from an emergency? What does that look like? What are the reporting requirements? And who within the organization has to be prepared for those reporting requirements? So we can't have an emergency presentation without talking about risk because it's all based off of risk. Risk is a function of hazard crossed with vulnerability and exposure. So it's the potential loss of life, injury, or damaged assets to a system, a community like Dawson Creek, or a person over a specific period of time. So, for example, your hazard could be flood. You're not going to stop the hazard from happening, but what you could do is you could reduce the exposure. So the exposure is what gets wet. Is it a person? Is it a building? Is it a park? Or you could make the people or the thing more prepared. You could build higher. You could do emergency planning, and therefore you've affected the vulnerability. So all of these three areas on this risk triangle can ebb and flow, and therefore your risk can be low, medium, or high based off of what the hazard is or what the vulnerability or exposure is. Okay, moving past that slide. Get less scientific, more data, or not more data, but just more information. So in 2023, we completed our hazard, risk, and vulnerability assessment. These are our top 10 hazards. This was done internally with staff. Flooding, drought, and wildfire, the three that I'm going to talk about today. Now, flooding, 0.5% AEP. I have to explain it because even if I write it, it probably still won't be understood because it's a new way of looking at floods. So when we look at flooding, we look at the 200-year event. That's the design standard for bridges, culverts, etc. So a 200-year event is a very large event. And what the 0.5% AEP means is it's a 0.5% chance of a flood of that size to occur every year. So it's the annual exceedance probability. So a 200-year event, a very large flood, is something we prepare for. It does only have a 0.5% chance of happening every single year. And you'll go, okay, well, what was 2016? I'll get there, okay? Then we're going to talk about drought. Then we're going to talk about wildfire. So those are the three areas that I want to provide some situational awareness to today. We're going to start with flood. This photo here is of 108th Avenue, as if you went past Legacy and you're going out towards the dangerous goods route, and we are facing south. So this was from the 2020 flood that we had in July of that year. We've had a number of flood events over the last 11-ish years, 12, 14, if I could do math. So over the last 14 years, they've been caused by either rain or snowmelt. So you can see the two green were caused by snowmelt. So that is a freshet flood, very low risk, very localized flooding. And then we have the larger floods with 2011, 2016, and 2 in 2020. Now, the 2016 event, although it's the largest in our recent memory, and actually in all of our documented information that I can find, it was only identified as a 76-year flood, or a 1.3% chance of being exceeded every year. So yes, it split the community in two. Yes, it interrupted operations for 3 to 7 days. It was a quick response on the city's side for emergency response, but it wasn't the big one. It's not the one that we planned for. We planned for something even larger, okay? So because of this, the flood manager can no longer rely upon engineered flood defenses alone. So that would be bridges, dikes, but we must seek to integrate a range of other measures and instruments into broader planning to deliver the desired outcomes. I have presented this concept in past council before, and we really are moving away from this. We can't simply just look at, well, we've built bridges, so the risk is gone, because things will still get wet in certain areas. People will still be exposed to water, and there will still be vulnerability, especially with certain populations. So what do? Next slide is overwhelming. I will talk us through it. We're going to start on the left. All right, so these are all the non-structural mitigations. These are all the things where we don't build, but we can still do something. So starting with the left-hand column of land stewardship, this really falls under the Water and Environmental Department. And this is protection of lower watersheds. So we're looking at beaver management, we're looking at monitoring the creek itself, protection of riparian areas and grasslands like no-mow zones. And then we're moving into land use management and building management, and these are more Devon's scope, so the development services side. So controls to limit development and limiting high consequence development because we know the risk is too high. Ways in which we can do this is looking at acquisition. So acquisition of both undeveloped and developed land, which is something that the council has had conversations about and will continue to do. And then we have building management. So if we can't build a structure on the ground because it's going to get wet? Well, let's build it off the ground. Or let's build something that can get wet. So these are written into our bylaws and our zoning bylaws, and they're really tied to the flood mapping that was done back in 2018, 2019. Education and awareness is really organizational. We have the flood mapping online, so you can actually look at all of the different layers now, and our real estate agents and our insurance agencies are actually starting to use this data. We also get quite a few phone calls to walk people through what that flood data means. And then public education always is going to be ongoing. Obviously, we haven't had a flood in 5 years. It's not top of mind, but we do integrate it into a lot of different presentations because it is our number one hazard. Then we move to monitoring and warning systems, and then emergency response. And these ones, I actually have specific slides to them. So monitoring and warning, this is done by the Water and Environmental Department. So Stacy oversees this. This is the monitoring systems we have in place upstream of a lot of our infrastructure so we can understand and monitor the situations at home. So if we get large rain events, we not only have a climate station at the water treatment plant, but we also have these water level logger stations. You'll see one at 102nd Bridge, 108th Bridge, or sorry, not a bridge, but a crossing, and then a couple on 17th Street. And what this is for is, one, to see where the water level is at, two, how quickly it's rising, but most importantly, how quickly is it rising, and what does it look like when you compare it to the base of our structures? So how close is it to the bridge? How much time do we have? Do we need to close the road? And the beauty of this is we can all monitor this from home. All floods seem to happen on Friday night of a long weekend. And so Kevin will be at Moberly, and I don't know where I'll be, and Kayla will be somewhere else, and we're all managing and looking at this data from our homes or wherever we are. And then emergency response, when I showed this slide 2 years ago, these were all opportunities. I am happy to say that we have been working on those 4 pillars, and we've really been looking at flood planning, water scarcity plans been developed. We have EOC activation plans, so that's our emergency operations center, and we're working on communication plans for all those hazards. Training and exercises are continuous, but myself and Sarah, our emergency and climate coordinator, we just went down to McLeod Lake and they did a full-scale evacuation. And so we participated in that, one, to get the hands-on experience, but also really to build those relationships with a lot of the key provincial agencies. And then I just took part in the regional district did a tabletop exercise as well. So again, just getting really familiar with the actual processes and procedures and building those relationships, because when an emergency hits, that's almost more important, or equally as important, I should say, as having the trained staff in the room too. And then you're going to start to hear conversations about multi-jurisdictional emergency management organizations, also known as regionalization. This is being pushed as well from legislation. And we're going to start to have conversations with our neighboring municipalities in the regional district about what emergency management can look like, how can we pool resources and build our capacity as a region. So a few of the flood mitigation areas that we can continue to look at is acquisition of properties. That's full removal of exposure. The risk drops almost to zero if nothing is exposed to water when it floods. Tabletop exercises, so working with our departments, communication plan, beaver management plan to understand the impact of beavers and dams upstream of infrastructure. And then we are also updating our climate projections through a partnership with Fraser Basin Council and the Northeast Climate Resiliency Network. All right, moving on to wildfire risk. So wildfire risk is less about really solving the problem, but more about guiding people, implementing systems, and building relationships. These logos you have seen. So BC Wildfire Service is the one on the ground, or the boots on the ground that tell us if an evacuation order or alert is required. Emergency Management and Climate Readiness is the provincial agency that Sarah and I work really closely with to understand how big we need to activate. Do we need to support local or regional districts in the area? And then I would say that our relationship with the regional district over the last 2 years has grown quite a bit, both in communication and support. And we're continuing to kind of push that and drive that relationship growth because, again, we need each other. and we often have different information going into wildfires. And then we're starting the conversation about Fire Smart to understand, could Dawson Creek have a Fire Smart program? What would that look like? So that's more on the preparedness side. Emergency support services is really what gets activated when we talk about emergency preparedness. Sarah, who's not only our emergency and climate coordinator, she is also our ESS director, and she oversees our brand new ESS facilitator, who's a casual employee, who's really going to focus on building our community volunteers. Currently, our ESS reception centers is staffed by staff, which really impacts our ability to have very long activations because we're unable to do our work here. So we have informal agreements with Poos Koopy to support activations and share resources. And then again, that regionalization discussion is going to be ongoing. Currently, our wildfire risk is still moderate. We've received 21 millimeters of rain in the last week. And although that's stopped new fire starts, we still have 2 fires in the Dawson Creek area, but they are fully under control there in the Brassy area, that Brassy area location. And then Fort Nelson fires are starting up, but we haven't heard any orange flags, red flags, yellow flags from the province through our communication lines to know of anything coming yet. All right, the big one to talk about today is water scarcity monitoring and planning. This photo here is Bear Hole Lake, and this is the control weir at the outlet of the lake. So this is what the sheet pile weir looks like out there. When we talk about drought, we've actually changed the language to water scarcity because anytime our supply does not equal our demand, we're in a water scarcity event. This could be caused from all sorts of things like water main breaks, water treatment plant challenges, dam safety concerns, contamination of the river. All of those things could lead to water scarcity. And I think what's important to note is water scarcity ebbs and flows. It comes, and then we have flood years and we have drought years, et cetera. But it doesn't mean we don't need to be prepared. And so in '92, we had a major drought, which prompted the build of the weir at the Aris intake. In 2014, we had a stage 4 water conservation levels, which at that time was industry cutoff as well. And so there was a lot more political conversations about water in 2014. And then we've really seen an unprecedented winter drought. And I would change that 2023-2024 to 2023-2025 and ongoing. We are in quite a large regional drought. This is Aris Weir, and I'm going to kind of bounce back and forth between Aris and Bear Hole, and that's why I showed the couple photos if you're a visual representation. And the sheet pile weir here is just upstream of all the riprap, of all the rocks. So when I say weir level or water level at weir, I am talking about where's the water relative to that weir crest that you can see there. So let's talk about the most intense slide in the whole entire deck. All right, I had to practice this one a few times. It's tricky to explain. So the weir crest is that big black line that you see through the middle of the graph. The light blue is our 2024 water levels at Aris, and the dark blue is our 2025 water levels at Aris. Now going into 2024, this is January to December time span, we know we were very low in water levels in January of 2024, so last year, right? We did a release at Bear Hole Lake. That brought up our water levels. Do I get a fun pointer? Ooh, I do. That brought up our water levels and got us into summer. Then we saw a couple precipitation events, that's these big lines, which caused our July peak. And then summer months, water decreased. And then, we're really, really low. This is quite low for us in middle of August, which prompted a release at Bear Hole Lake in September, which again bumped up our flows, supplemented flows all through the winter months to get us to where we are at right now in 2025. 2025 freshet, very small, 11 cubic meters. And all of a sudden, we're starting to see that decline because it's been dry. We haven't seen a lot of precipitation. There's not a lot of base flow within the river because we're in a multi-year drought. Bear Hole Lake Weir. So we're flipping to the headwaters. That same rain event you saw on the last slide is right here. And then we started a release in September, which drew down the lake, drew down the lake. And then now we're here, March 2025, and we're just starting to see Bear Hole Lake pick up. Now, why this slide is important is when we used to do winter release trials in around 2015, 2016, we used to call this the Magic Unicorn Lake because it used to recharge over and above what we released every year. What we have seen this year is we have released 700,000 cubes of water from Bear Hole, which is about a 20 centimeter drawdown, and we've only seen it recharge 5 centimeters. So we have water at Aris. The black line here is 2025. Okay, this is today. We can see that we had a very low spike, but we are starting to hit those 2024 levels. Remember, our 2024 levels were not sufficient as we hit August last year. So our group, the emergency group, met with our water and environmental team, and we said, okay, well, that's the story at Bear Hole and Aris, but what do our reservoirs look like? All of our reservoirs are over 90% full, if not 95% full, and we have 225 days in storage through our reservoirs. Our operational goal will be to maintain these levels as much as we absolutely can. As long as we have water in the river, so as long as our supply can meet our demand, we're good. So these are the takeaways. Bear Hole Lake did not see the recharge we were anticipating after freshet, which is our spring melt. Aris Weir water levels are dropping. Yes, we received rain last week, but the land absorbed the majority of it. We did not see a huge bump in water levels at Aris. The reservoirs are full in anticipation of continued drought. We do require precipitation, both to recharge Bear Hole Lake as well as to recharge the watershed. And if we do not receive precipitation this spring, summer, or fall, we will be reliant on our reservoir storage for community demand, and we may need to move to larger water conservation levels as we move into the summer. So this is really more of this is where we are at. I would say we are very on top of the situation. The water and environmental team is monitoring in ways that I didn't even know was possible, and we have communications ongoing. So for the emergency program, we're looking at a lot of different areas. We're looking at property acquisition opportunities to really link into that highest risk of flood. We're looking at business continuity planning, updated emergency management plans. We've received an ESS grant, which will help support our team in building volunteer capacity. We are doing water scarcity meetings with our water and environmental department bi-weekly, and they are meeting with the province, with the provincial drought technical working group, again, weekly or bi-weekly, depending on need. We have updated climate projections coming within the next year, and we're working towards cultural sensitivity training for all of our ESS volunteers and supporting regionalization discussions with the regional district and other local governments. So I know this is an absolutely massive presentation and a lot of data. So I want to say thank you for sitting through it, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Chelsea. Thanks for presenting, and good job presenting too. There's a lot of information there, so thank you. I have some questions. I'll open up to council first. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. In regards to flood preparedness, and it seems very contradictory to have emergency that concentrated on flood and then immediately concentrated on the drought. But I guess that is the world we live in right now. But for the flood preparation and the water management, are we only monitoring in the community? Are we monitoring upstream enough that we are able to give ourselves 12 hours, 24 hours of advance warning that the rise is on and it's coming towards us?
So through your worship, I would answer your question in a different way. So yes, we have monitoring just in our municipal boundaries. The province will notify us if we're expecting an intense rainfall or a rainfall amount of a certain level. And that's what kind of kickstarts that pre-emergency stage where we start talking, hey, operations, do you have your team ready? Comms, are we ready? So we more so get notification from the province versus our own monitoring of the Dawson Creek itself. We do monitor the Kiskatna, but not the Dawson Creek upstream. Mostly it's private land or Crown land owned as well, so it makes it a bit tricky. Yeah, no problem.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Parcel?
This is a very interesting presentation. Thank you, Chelsea. Just want to jump around some flashpoints, and no pun intended. I did read recently that about 90% of the fires in northeast British Columbia were man-made. I do know that some people are recurring practitioners of causing this stuff. Has there been any discussion around the penalties that people should be penalties, let's say, making them more severe for those people who are responsible for these man-made fires? Have you heard any discussions at all?
I haven't, but I honestly haven't been following. So no. I think that would be BC Wildfire Services that would be working on that through the province. Yeah.
So essentially, we have really a juggling act here around water conservation and meeting the demands of our community for water. A big factor is, of course, the heavy draw on water when there's a major fire. I know we don't just think city, we also, our fire department has a fair amount of rural area that it provides fire protection for. And so what I get concerned about is when I see the lack of rebound of Bear Hole Lake, which is to be expected when we've had multi-year droughts, and yet we continue to allow the same rate of usage of water, even when the data, as presented, it seems quite bleak. And what are the trigger points for kicking in some pretty drastic water conservation measures? What would have to be there in the data to say, hey, we need to shut off? And I'm not advocating this at all, but it's the reality we're likely having to face. Drastically conserving water. What's the data? And I'm sure it's an interplay of a number of data points, but what is it?
Mm-hmm. So through your worship, just comment on that. So it's tricky because we also just showed you a slide that we've got 225 days of water. So that's good news, and well, it's good news. But it's also a challenge if we want to implement water conservation measures, because you will certainly get pushback on that. Chelsea and I chatted about this last week, and what we need to really look ahead to and see how things play out over the next month or so will be, we do not want to get into a spot in the fall where Bear Hole has still not recharged, we're not able to do a release, and we get into a spot where river is low and has the potential to freeze. We would then be relying on our reservoirs all winter long. So we need to ensure that we keep those reservoirs full until we get to fall. So I guess to answer that question, if we have any issue maintaining those reservoir levels over the next few months, that's going to be a trigger. If we at any time are unable to maintain the levels, that would be a trigger. Because again, when we get to September and October, I want to ensure those reservoirs are full, so that can get us through a winter cycle. Again, with always the hope that you're going to get snow, you're going to get moisture, and it'll be better next year. I've been saying that for a few years. So the other part of that is, as well, is if we get in any of those situations I just described, we will be having conversations with the province well in advance. You know, we have monthly meetings with them. This is no surprise to them. They're well aware of our situation, and I have put them on notice that should we get into a situation, we expect that they will look after us, whatever that looks like. They're not going to allow the community to go dry, but that doesn't mean you're going to be able to, if we get in that situation, it's going to be business as usual either. So I guess what I'm saying is we're a little ways away from that, but the next couple of months will determine whether we need to, because we need to ensure those reservoirs are full.
Well, I appreciate what you said, but the reality is pretty bleak. I mean, I'm one of those people who takes heed of science, and the forecast for this region is drought is going to be a regular feature we have to contend with, and I know what happened when the district of Chetwynd, when their water source dropped polluted through oil spillage. There was quite the emergency situation there, and the trucking and so on and so forth. When I drive between Dawson Creek and Fort St. John, I see kilometers upon kilometers of pipes on the surface of in the ditches there, pumping water from the Cuskatna River below our weir to support presumably fracking operations. Is such a possibility with anything being talked about with the oil industry of helping in emergencies and pumping water to our community? I'm really thinking about the fact that the forest type that we have in northern Canada is now considered to be very dangerous. And reading about the firefighting in Fort McMurray, the amount of water resources required, I just don't want to see our firefighters or provincial firefighting being compromised by a lack of water from this community.
Yeah, that's, through your worship, again, from an industry perspective, yes, I'm sure they would be helpful, but our point is to deal with the province, and then that would initiate any actions that we need to take, and then from there. We know that the industry there's still a suspension on the Cuskatna, I think going back to 23, that they're not able to withdraw. If my memory is correct, I think the Peace River might be one of the few places that they can actually pull water directly from the river right now, just simply because most of the rivers in the area are low. But
Thanks, Councillor Parcel. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Chelsea. It's very stark in some respects, but it's always good to have more information at our hands. So I guess a couple questions or trains of thought. With respect to the ESS volunteer staff member you'd mentioned, is that also involved? I know as part of the conversation with the province and based on the kind of circling back around on previous years' ESS and emergency activations, there was also a conversation about preemptively putting together a roster of potential contractors with equipment who would be able to help in an emergent situation. Is that something that we're involved in, or is that something that is chiefly under the umbrella of the province?
Through your worship, thank you. So it's a bit twofold. So we have our own supplier agreements, our own ESS roster, and then the province does a call and they communicate with all the local governments or all the ESS teams and say, hey, is there anybody out there who wants to put their name forward, that if a host committee or a large activation happens, they'll fly them up. One of the challenges that I find is we've used that in the past, and although they'll fly them up, they'll fly 2 or 3 people up. It takes about 40 people to run a reception center, not 2 or 3. And then they're not trained in our process and procedures. ESS is its own gem in the fact that everyone operates it differently. There's no standardized set of this is how you do things. And so you may get ESS volunteers from a different community that come in, but they don't run their reception center the same way. So that's one. And then the supplier question, like the larger suppliers, that is strictly just the province themselves. And then they have larger suppliers on lists. So if a large emergency happens, we could ask the province for support and they would bring in contractors for specific tasks or supplies, et cetera.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess follow up on that, you were talking about the regionalization that we're kind of trending towards. And obviously, during an emergency situation, costs is never top of mind, and top of mind is always safety and protecting people's property. But who is paying for this work? There seemed to be, based on your previous answer, still kind of a lot of back and forth between us and the province and BC Wildfire, and as they need stuff from us, they ask, but, you know, your time isn't free, the ESS staff's time isn't free, and if we're doing this with an eye towards aiding the province, how much of the tab is the province picking up?
Yeah, so
I know it's kind of one-off grants at this point.
with the legislation, a lot of new requirements have came down the pipe. A lot of those requirements are things that probably should have been done in some areas, but now are being enforced a little heavier as well. And so you're right, the staff capacity question comes in, and the long-term funding mechanisms, and that is why they're wanting us to go to regionalization in a sense, is because it's not specifically just about the response, it's about the other 4 or the other 3 pillars. It's the planning and mitigation and the mapping and the modeling, all of those things you can do together and get a larger bang for your buck in a sense. So there are grants that come through UBCM that often fund a lot of this. And honestly, we're just using our capacity to try and leverage absolutely as much as we can.
Yeah, and I mean, the question always comes back to, especially when you're talking about something where there's potential for a loss of life, is who's holding the bag, who's ultimately responsible.
Yeah.
And, you know, are we inadvertently muddying the water between jurisdictions, and when stuff happens, who's going to be responsible? I mean, if we're responsible, that's fine, but we also want commiserate powers and resources to make sure we're able to execute to the best of our ability. If we're all whereas if it's the province, well, then the expectation is they're going to show up with the requisite resources. And this is last thought, just kind of a bit of a departure, but in response to the drought information provided and the freshet and the flows versus the weir and all that stuff. Last year before, I guess early last year, was it, when we had to curb industry use of water as a result of the freezing of the Scatna below our intake. You know, there were some people in industry who couldn't make use of it or didn't want to make use of it because it didn't serve a very specific purpose, but there were a lot of people from industry who were able to make use of it, and we saw that usage increase. Is it possible, and I know utility rates are kind of set in stone and hard to change, but during periods where we're concerned about, you know, the reservoir levels and an additional draw on potable water, is there any possibility of having, I don't want to call it a sale, but a promotional rate effectively on reclaimed water, say from mid-July to end of September, if we're looking at a dry year, that can kind of preemptively induce industry to use reclaimed water as opposed to using potable water without showing up and actually cutting them off?
So through your worship, I guess you could, yeah, if council wished to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, we've already got it, it's already a lower rate than
Yeah.
water, so it's already incentivized. Some, like, as you indicated, some simply, maybe it doesn't work for them or they don't want to use it. But we did see an uptick when it's the only, product in town. They do use it. So last time, our struggle was really to manage the uptake because there was peak times. So, but yeah, if council wanted it, we could certainly look at that and see if it's feasible, what that would look like.
Yeah, and I'm not familiar enough with how the industry, I assume a third-party contractor pulls the water and then passes an invoice on to industry, and the cost of the water, be it potable or reclaimed, is tacked on with a certain percentage on top of that to cover their costs.
Yeah.
So, if the, the company who's allocating the contracts isn't concerned about it, I guess downstream people aren't going to be concerned about it. Just wondering what we can do, I guess, entrepreneurially or preemptively to induce people. And I don't know if there is a certain price point or it's really a matter of just communicating to them, if you don't need potable water, use reclaimed water before we get to the point where we have everybody gets cut off because we're in the middle of a drought, and that is a possibility.
Yeah,
So,
and
I'm
I
not
don't,
sure.
I don't know if price is the issue. I think a lot of times for these companies, it's access, proximity,
Ease, yeah.
timing, all of that, and they probably pay more for water that is out of a dugout closer by
Okay.
than we do for our trade stuff. But I don't know, but yeah, something to look at.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Any other discussion? I just had a couple of questions. I mean, I got quite a bit, but some can be taken offline. But I guess just thanks for presenting, Chelsea. I know this isn't, when it's needed, it's always grateful for all the work that you've done to get us to here. So thank you to you and the team for that. I just had a couple things. I know some of this comes from the Emergency Act and us moving forward, but I'm grateful to see that we're working with the regional district. But I know some of this is related to our municipality, but on the bigger picture of stuff, how much are we working with the regional district on looking at an actual regional function for this versus, the city looking after some, the city of Fort St. John looking after some, Poos, the regional district? Like, when does it really become regional? I know the regional district they're following the same stuff, and so I just would hate to see that we're duplicating stuff in the region when we have the resources. And I know we work together in emergency situations, but yeah, that, and then just the communication. So some of this is a bit new to me, and that's probably why it was presented here on Bear Hole Lake, but that's new to us. What are we doing to communicate to the community where we're at? And you don't want to put fear in people, but at the same time, I just believe if we can be proactive and communicate, there's some benefit.
Yes, through your worship. Definitely, it's the time of year. We're starting water conservation measures. It starts in May automatically. There's an opportunity, if Melissa hasn't already, to really tell our story. Where are we at? It's a situational update. It's really what it boils down to is, here's where we're at. That's kind of the whole intention of this presentation, is to give council the community, but we can take parts of this and just make sure we push that out, because that's the intent. The regionalization piece, Chelsea might be able to add more, but I think it's going to, maybe out of necessity, happen from, being pushed down from the province.
Yeah, so through your worship, the regionalization right now is just, we're like, we should move towards this. What does it look like? So I've had conversations with Fort St. John, Poos Coopy, Tumbler Ridge, the regional district themselves. The board has put a motion, the regional district board has put a motion in for them to work with us for ESS, to try and regionalize ESS. And that's great, but ESS is one component of the broader. And so if we're going to start a conversation, we're hoping to start something this fall and just start the conversation. What does everybody need? What do our First Nation partners need? Because they will be part of this as well. Or who is actually interested in being part of something larger? What does that look like? How do we leverage capabilities? In response to Councillor Earl's question about, whose responsibility, et cetera, on response and like whose liability it is. So regionalization is not something new. There's a lot of regional districts in the Lower Mainland and on the island that do this. There's a lot of different structures in place, and it's really just starting to look at it and developing those terms of reference around it. Maybe we only regionalize certain components of the emergency requirements coming from the province. Maybe we look at all. So it's really in its infancy. It's just something that we're starting to go, okay, we're being impacted much more frequently as a region. We're going through the drought as a region. What does that mean? How can we support each other? And how can we do it first on the staff level? We've already been doing it informally. We're already starting to do this. We're starting to drive up to Fort St. John to support. So how do we make this more formalized? How does the funding mechanisms work? How does the liability come into play? So just starting to walk down the avenue of who's interested, and then this fall, hopefully, figuring out how to work on the next steps. Get a consultant or a facilitator, or how do we want to do this? When we band together, we get a lot more funding from the province as well. So it's an opportunity across the board. Yeah.
Thank you. So that just triggered something else. So when you talk about, right now, we just do it because it's, the right thing to do and we help. So now that we're going to get systems in place and more policy and procedures, what does that look like for us moving forward, as all of that is going to come with costs? So is that going to be pressure put on us and stuff that we're going to be dealing with? Or is that, as we restrict things and there's more,
Yeah.
I think it actually might do the opposite. I think it actually might reduce cost, or we might see, the regional district, if they don't want to have an ESS team, they may be putting funding into Dawson Creek's team to bolster it and build it out more. So I think we're actually going to see equal to, I don't think it'll be more cost. Maybe the actual doing the work and getting the consultant to start ticking the boxes and making sure we're moving down that path. But I think it's really just going to build efficiencies and build partnerships in more of a formalized way.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm not suggesting that by taking away from the importance of this. It's just so we can be,
I think
plan and understand. So
it just sounds like, as with government, it'll take time. And you've got different governments, and they need to get on the same page. And there has to be a want, right, at all levels of those various governments to want to take it on. Because if it becomes a regional function, as you indicated, well, that means the regional district, has to want to take it on. And then what does it look like? How do the resources get pooled, like from Chelsea and her team, and so on and so forth? Right now, currently, the legislation that was enacted in 23 has, is placed additional costs on the city of Dawson Creek. Now, saying that, those are costs that probably should be there. The public expect the city to plan, prepare, respond in an event. So, as Chelsea indicated in her presentation, although we were doing some of these things, we didn't have anybody dedicated to it. It was done off the corner of somebody's desk. And, to some degree, Chelsea's wearing a few hats, but there's a lot more primacy in this now than there ever has been. And she's done a great job moving this light years from where it was to where it is. And really, Chelsea, being the collaborator that she is, will, the regionalization piece will, if it's got a chance, we'll get there.
yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. And then I guess just the nature of this being in a delegation, this was just for information. There's no request. Okay. All right. Thank you, Chelsea, for the time and for all the effort for everything. Yeah. Presentation and all you've done. So thank you. Just going to call a break here. No updates this one. Any questions from council? No? Kevin, did you have anything? No? Okay. All right, next order business, late items. Late items. No late items. 5, new councillor business. Councillor Apollonio.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Your Worship. I just attended the library board meeting last week. And of course, they are doing a good job there. And of course, they're presenting the financial statement and of course, the lease agreement. So they have some clarifications, I think, with Ryan about the lease agreement. And of course, they're doing good on their financials. And of course, thank you very much for all those supported for. We have a successful, Olympics again, Spring Olympics. Thank you very much for the support from the city, especially from the School District 59, namely Colton Rand from Central, and of course, Mr. Eric Wolf from South East for allowing us always to use their facilities. And it's really a great gathering of communities. Even non-Filipinos are welcome. From the community, I'm so happy that they gather and we have a good time. And of course, we're looking forward again on June 2nd for the flag raising ceremony around lunchtime for the Filipino Heritage Month. And of course, thank you very much for, of course, Northern Lights College and of course the 38 Nations for having us during the groundbreaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Apollonio. Any other new councillor business? All right. Next order of business 6, adoption of minutes. 6.1, minutes of regular meeting of council on May 6, 2025 for adoption. Councillor Kemp, second. Councillor Earl, call that to vote. Oh, I don't think it worked.
Nope, not getting anything.
I pushed the button, but nothing popped up. Okay, I'll call that vote. There we go. Vote is closed and it's carried. Any business arising? No? All right. Next order of business 8, correspondence. We have 8.1 invoice from the Dawson Creek and District Chamber of Commerce received on April 11th, 2025 regarding the 2025 annual membership fee. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship. I move that we pay the invoice from the Dawson Creek and District Chamber of Commerce to renew our membership for another year.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. I have a second. Councillor Kemp, any discussion? No? I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Next, 8.2, we have a letter from Kaylee Brock, President, Dawson Creek Seals Swim Club, received on April 23rd, 2025 regarding a request for funding towards camping fees. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. Allowing that we have the money still in our grant fund, I'd like to move that we go ahead and grant waiving the fees for camping fees for the Seals Swim Club.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. I have a second. Councillor Apollonio, maybe just question over to you what we have left in the grant fund.
Sure. I'll just let Melissa.
So through your worship, I had just asked Kevin if I could give you the total. We have just under $5,000 remaining, but that did go up just because we did have the final swim passes used for the AGM convention of BC Wild Federation, as well as the Dawson Creek Judo tournament. And so those came in lower than what was approved. And so that's why you're seeing the balance available go up. So it is $4,978.
Okay, thank
remaining.
you. Thank you. Councillor Parslow.
Just a question to staff. I'm just digging into my somewhat fallible memory, but wasn't there a concern raised by some camping from the private sector about us doing this sort of thing and taking business from them? Or am I getting some issues confused?
Yeah, through your worship, there was, council had brought forward a change to charge for camping on that property when, I think in situations where they potentially are competing with local campsites. So in this particular case, Seal Swim Club, utilizing the pool, want to stay close by, I guess. So maybe that makes sense. But yeah, there was something they brought. So we have a $500 camping fee. And so if council grants this, then it'll just come off out of the grant budget.
So when would we charge 500? No, I said, so when would we?
So through your worship, I guess when someone comes, there may be, the comment that at the last meeting was, or a couple meetings ago, was that, if there was an adult ball, say tournament, and they wanted to stay there, that might be a time when you would charge them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I guess through you to staff. And correct me if I'm wrong, so the policy is written that $500 fee is also going towards tourism, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So we're taking $500 out of the grant budget and putting it into tourism, effectively, is what we'd be doing if we did this.
I understand that was the intent. I don't believe we actually have a formal policy. I think we talked about that last time.
Okay.
But that was the intent, and we have it just in the fees and charges at $500.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Just a question. I know through Parks and Rec, we do a lot of events in the community, and there's sponsorship from businesses or local community members that sponsor some of that. So is this maybe an avenue that we could, help or direct or guide some of these organizations looking at camping, that maybe this could be sponsored by an individual, or just putting that out there? I don't know. I know we do a lot of that already. I don't know if there's any opportunity.
So you're thinking that we would guide the user, in this case, the swim club, to explore sponsorship opportunities to offset this?
It was just something that popped into my head. I'm not sure if that's, I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know if it's.
Well, and yeah, who knows how much they've already explored on that. I'm not sure, but it's always a conversation.
Yeah. But I guess, I appreciate when this was originally brought up and the intent of it, and I think it's been, going from one to another, moving forward. So Councillor Earl.
Yeah, you're right. I share a similar sentiment that we maybe inadvertently created some busy work for staff to come up with a policy that we then aren't implementing or enforcing. And with respect to getting sponsorship, I cannot, knowing what the landscape is for donation and sponsorship dollars right now, I think any nonprofit that's able to get a $5,000 donation or sponsorship for an event is still going to ask us to cover the cost of camping as a sponsorship or donation because of how, and correctly so, but guarded people are about securing those resources. I don't have a problem with exempting it because, knowing the good work the SEALs do, I just thinking out loud that this was maybe our grasp exceeding our reach with respect to what we wanted to do and what we had the appetite for as a council.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Earl. Your discussion, Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I'll just agree with Councillor Earl there. I think the intent of the fees has gotten lost there, and that inadvertently we're charging nothing but youth groups, and we don't have an appetite for that just because we've waived this every time it's come before us. I think I agree. We've just inadvertently created work for staff through this policy or desire for a policy. And I agree with Councillor Earl as well about trying to suggest that the nonprofits can go out there and find sponsorship dollars for this. Sponsorship dollars are stretched extremely thin right now and getting harder and harder to come by. And to turn around and say, hey, maybe there's an opportunity to find a sponsor for this other than the city would be be a hard thing to try and tell a group that's been around for 45, 50 years in this community, produce some amazing, amazing young citizens in this community and done great work. I think it'd be a really hard thing to do.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Heard any other discussion? No, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 8.3, we have a letter from Marla Reed, Executive Director. Sorry? Oh, okay. I'll just finish this one here. 8.3, thank you, Councillor McDonald. A letter from Marla Reed, Executive Director, Dawson Creek Society for Community Living, received on April 29th, 2025, regarding aging home for vulnerable community members. Councillor Earl?
Just a question before I make a motion through you to staff. We don't have the ability to forgive development permit fees, do we? We would have to give a grant similar to out of the grant fund in lieu of that and essentially pay for it out of that, correct?
Yes, through your worship. So there's a couple of things. Yeah, because they're in the fees and charges bylaw, you're correct. You can't waive them. There would need to be a grant in lieu of. I believe they're also asking for development cost charges in that. And I believe we're looking into it, but we believe that this, for this type of housing, they may be eligible for a DCC waiver through legislation. So we're going to explore that. But the other fees, which let me just take a quick look here. You'd be looking at probably between $7,000 to $9,000 that you would need to grant, just ballparking it, based on some quick calculations.
So you $7,000 to $9,000?
$7,000 to $9,000 worth of permits, not inclusive of the DCCs, which would be separate to that, which we believe they may be eligible for an exemption.
And there's no specific timeline given with respect to shovels in the ground on this project either, correct? Or on this proposed initiative?
Through your worship, I don't have that in front of me, no.
Okay. Thank you. I guess I should make a motion before we have any more conversation. Sorry. So I'll move that we provide a letter of support for the project as for the various grant applications. I guess resolution: the City of Dawson Creek supports the application to Northern Development Trust from the Dawson Creek Society for Community Living for the project to build an aging home for vulnerable community members.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Second, Councillor Sudnick. So I guess on this motion, is there any discussion? Councillor Earl?
I just, I mean, obviously we want developments of this sort. I just wanted to inquire with staff. So the land they own on 101st Avenue that they are looking to build on, is there any concerns with respect to our development plans with respect to, no? Good with that? Okay, thank you.
No, through your worship, this is, I think this was likely always intended. It's surrounded very, obviously, all the similar housing and whatnot. I guess, in regards to the permits and stuff, as, you know, I'm just, I guess, curious why the funder, you know, I'm assuming it's the province that's funding this project, is maybe not providing that. Not sure of the details, but that's something we could check into as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Any other discussion? No? I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Somebody wanted to make another motion on here? There's another ask, I guess. On these fees, Kevin, is it on previous projects they've done? Have we waived them, or do you know? Like, it's probably been a few years since they've. But
Yeah, through your worship, it's been a few years. I don't recall, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it hasn't happened. I'd have to go back and see if that is so. We can certainly bring something back to council, just with more finite details, and if it did occur in the past, if that's what council needs. Like I say, right now it appears that it's beyond your grant budget, but.
Yeah. And then just a little off topic of this, but we had some discussion the other day, just because this council, we haven't seen a lot on, development permits and DCC charges and building permits through our time here. But is that something that you would think to bring to committee of the whole, just so we can get educated on how all that works? Or?
Yeah, we certainly can, and I think we're due for some DCC update stuff coming forward, correct? Yeah, fairly soon, which is one component of it. But if we can figure out what the timing best based on some information that's coming back, but to have that more wholesome discussion about development, as you say, that it's been pretty quiet for the last number of years, and so as it starts to tick up again, you will get things in front of you that maybe you haven't seen before, and some questions around it, so we can certainly talk in a committee of the whole about that development picture of what the process looks like, what some of those fees and where those originated from and why, what the purpose of those are.
Yeah, I think there'd be some value just after talking with Bill downstairs and learning what I did. Like, it was, we haven't been exposed to it much up here. So, okay. Thank you. Councillor Parslow.
Yes, this forgiveness of the development permit fee, I appreciate Councillor Earl raising that, because that's what I was concerned about as well, because we've had that in the past, and we've always said no. The development service business is something that I think this council has had no exposure to, and I remember us putting that stuff in. So it certainly struck me that when the mayor was speaking about that would be a good thing to get some perspective of why that exists, because you'll hear complaints. It's all over the province, but from our local builders who I know always complain about how seemingly that they're subject to stuff, but it's just a provincial scene that goes on, and we have a very fast turnaround compared to other municipalities that I'm aware of as it relates to getting approvals. But I think some general presentation on all that stuff would be very beneficial.
Thanks, Councillor President.
You'll hear it year after year coming from some quarters. Yeah, thank you.
Did you want to put a motion forward on that request for the forgiveness? Or is that something, because you said you needed to find a bit more, but that was on the DCC charges, right?
Yeah, through your worship, we have some work that we're doing on the DCCs that is due to come back to council in the not too distant future. But I think the discussion of the development services function and all the, whether it's building inspection, rezoning, development permits, development variance permits, all those processes that are very important and a very important role that you as an elected board deal with. We can bring that to you it'd be good to have a motion on that specific thing. So we have a motion to bring it back in a committee of the whole for discussion.
I was meaning on their request. You were saying that they might be eligible for some of those charges to be waived. So do we need some direction on this? Or do we want to wait until you?
Yeah, so I think through your worship, let us get all the information and then we'll report back to you, and then you can make a wholesome decision on what is and what isn't. I can also then look to see if we've done anything like this in the past for the society.
Okay.
So a motion to bring something back would be fine.
Okay. Thank you,
So
Kevin.
I would move that staff report back to council about the development cost charge possibility of exemption for this project.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Parson. I have a second. Councillor McDonald, any discussion? Everybody's good on what we're voting on? Okay, I'll call this to vote. Restart it. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we're going to go back to 2.6. We have Staff Sergeant Hughes with Dawson Creek RCMP in attendance regarding the detachment resource reports for March and April of 2025.
Hey, Dawson.
Mm-hmm.
You got the job done. Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Good morning, Staff Sergeant Hughes, and welcome.
Good morning. Hopefully that works. There we go. Good morning, Your Worship. Thank you.
Green means go.
All right. So I've got 2 months worth of stats here. I was unfortunately not here to present the March stats. So we'll get right into April. I don't think there's anything earth-shattering in between the two, but if anyone has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer those. So this is year-to-date from January 1st to the end of April 2025. Our staffing, people continue to come and go. Dawson Creek is not a limited duration post. It's a regular post, but tenure here is 3 years. So we try and keep a level of service coming and going. As with in any profession, we've seen with the doctors and industry, it's hard to get people to stay here, especially our younger people. That part of the attraction to joining the RCMP is mobility and being able to work in different areas and sections in different parts of the country. So we continue to have people coming and going. We're not doing too bad without getting into the minutia of the numbers here. We had a couple new members start, and we've got another member graduating, I think June 9th. He graduates depot and should be here by the 15th or 16th, coming out of the Lower Mainland. Crime trend reporting, theft of vehicles. There was a number missing here in the stats. It did decrease of 42%, so we went from 44 to 27. So we like to see that. Theft from vehicles, unfortunately, is up from 11 to 21. There was 5 in April, but we're trending back in the right direction. And again, this is part of statistical problems with reporting year to date. Is it takes the year to get the average where we are, but we are trending in the right direction. But we've gone from 11 to 21. Break and enter to residents is down 37%. Break and enter to business is down 87%. We had 0 in February. There was 0 in March, and we had 2 in April. So kudos to the businesses that are locking their doors and turning on lights and putting up bars and visible alarms, and our citizens on patrol groups, whether that be the formal groups or the informal groups, and just people just around town being visible. Part of this is also due to our Uniform Gang Enforcement Task Team has been here a couple times. They were just here recently again for a week. It seems to be that when they are in town, everybody knows that they're in town and has an unbelievable calming effect on our criminal activity. So thank you to those teams again. Our assaults across the board are up from 56 to 64. It's an increase of 14%. And as we know, in April, we did have 1 homicide. That's under investigation by Major Crime out of Surrey. The North District team was tasked beyond their capacity at the time. So Major Crime came up, and it was an amazing response from them. I can't speak too much of the investigation because it's under their jurisdiction. But we had, within 12 hours, we had the first plane load of investigators here. There was six, I believe. And then by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the plane had gone back to Vancouver, picked up the other 6, and we had 12 on site here in 14, 15, 16 hours. So amazing response from them. Made leaps and bounds in that investigation already. So hopefully in the coming days or weeks, we'll be able to speak a little bit more to that. Sexual interference, again, there's a number missing. It went from 17 to 19. It says 1, but it's an increase of 12. we've spoken at length about how those stats are gathered. Again, these are anything with a sexual nature to them whatsoever, whether they're historic, they don't backdate. If they're reported today, they go into today's stats. And historic files, the number of those is always going to float around with how it's somewhat dependent on how comfortable the public is with reporting them. So we're doing our part and working with our partners to get people to report those. Drug possession, trafficking, again, there's a number missing, went from 3 to 12, not to 1. It's an increase of 300%. And I'll continue to shout out kudos to the teams, both the general duty frontline policing and Casey Charles in our GIS section, general investigation. That team is now full. As of today is the first day, so there's 3 constables and 1 corporal in that section. And I believe they're working on another search warrant right today. So they're just going to continue hammering the people that are doing no good to our community and either put them in jail or move them along. So kudos to them. Impaired driving, we're never going to catch them all. This number going up is not an indication that there's more impaired drivers on the road. It's an indication that more time is being able to spend as other crime rates drop and we're spending less time on doing other things. And the members that have aspirations to go to work in traffic sections as they move along, that number is going to continue to increase. Motor vehicle collisions for the first time in a while is down 4%, 109 to 104. I think anybody driving on the roads between here and anywhere would think that our driver training needs to increase. So seeing that number is from 109 to 104 is welcomed. Theft all across the board. That's everything, including shoplifting, except for theft from vehicles. That's separate. Is up 22%. Again, we have a few bad eggs come in from out of town and set up shop here, and it doesn't take long for them to hit a few stores, and that number just goes crazy. So, mental health is an increase of 52%, and this fluctuates really quite significantly. So it was 129 to 237 with an increase of 83% for March stats, and then this a 52% increase. So we're trending back down again, but there was a spike in March. And these are the files again. And I'll remind everyone that these take 2 and 3 and sometimes 4 members to deal with for extended periods of time. As our partners with mental health teams in the hospital, EHS are taxed for their human resources, so are ours. But it's the police that are coming and dealing with these things. And we're guarding at the hospital until a mental health patient has been seen. And sometimes it's 45 minutes on a good day. On a bad day, it could be 6 or 7 hours where one of our police officers sitting, and we do shift changes in there, and members are coming from one watch to the other, and we're calling out overtime. There was 2 overtime call-outs on the weekend to go and sit with somebody at the hospital. So it's taxing on us as the police, and it's one of those things where there's just no other option right now. And our unspecified assistance, as always, these are the files that bring the police into the neighborhood, so we'd like to see those up. That means that the public is calling us. That's what we want. The public, the higher this number shows me that the public has more confidence that we're going to do what we need to do, whether it's criminal enforcement, traffic enforcement, provincial enforcement, whatever that is. We like people calling us and getting into the neighborhoods. So a shout out and a thank you to the general public for that. Our new tracking measures that we started in December 2024, I've taken the Coroners Act stuff out. There's just no way for us to give a proper number for overdose deaths. We don't determine the cause of death in these, and the BC Coroner Service is, again, like any other entity with the provincial or federal governments, they're so taxed, they're so far behind that it's months and months and months before we're actually getting the report. So there's no useful, meaningful way for us to report this stat with any sort of relevance to time. So I've taken that out of the report, and perhaps probably the best way to do that is for council to reach out to BC Coroner Service, once or twice a year and see what stats they can provide. Our unhoused files, recorded in March were 10, recorded in April were 28, and these, at the request of council, we're keeping track now of any files that involved anybody from the unhoused community in any capacity. So as you can see, that fluctuates. January is 22, and then down to 7, and then to 10, and then 28 in April. Citizens on Patrol, we keep working with that group. They just did a barbecue out in front of the detachment. Some of you participated, so thank you for that. Very, very good turnout. That's it. I think that's all I have, Your Worship.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Staff Sergeant. I did want to just shout out to the barbecue, but also to, just the job that your team has been doing over there, and it's just it's great for our community, but it's great for the detachment and the members, and I know you've spoke to it before, but just a lot of the stuff that we've been dealing with, like the work that's been done before some of these units come up and assist you, they're just very grateful for your team there, and I think that's, it speaks in the report and also our weekly updates on the job that your whole team is doing. So good job. And thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. One other thing that I wanted to put in, we've just sent, I don't know the exact numbers, but I think last year we had 2 or 3 members trained on ATV operation.
Yeah.
And it is the RCMP. You can't ride a bike without the RCMP bike riding course. And something that the council has brought up before is the bike patrols. And we don't have the resources in Dawson Creek to send people out on bikes. One of those things was the resources being out. They have to go out 2 at a time. So when we only have 2 or 3 members on shift in a general duty capacity, to send them out on bicycles and then have them 15, 20-minute pedal ride back to the detachment to respond to an emergent situation is just not reasonable. The other thing is that bike course is a 5-day-long course, and for some reason the ATV course is a 1-day course. So we've trained a bunch of our members here just in the last few weeks on the ATVs. We do have 2. We housed them here at the City Hall last year, and we're hoping to reinitiate that program this year, coming sooner rather than later, probably in the first weeks of June, and have our members out on the ATVs patrolling Kin Park and the areas where you don't normally see police officers cruising through, because we don't have the time to get in there. So the ATVs make that possible. It makes it quick. We can get back to the office and respond to what we need to. And let's face it, everybody wants to play on an ATV more than they want to pedal a bicycle around with 40 pounds of gear strapped to you. So, very happy about that initiative that's going to start up here again this summer. And then the last thing was body-worn cameras. So we continue to work with Crown Counsel, BC Prosecution Service on MOUs with body-worn cam. The administrative load to our members is much greater than anybody anticipated, just with disclosure and such. So we're working back and forth with them. Should have something more in a month or 2 with where that landed. But North District and E Division as a whole are working with the Prosecution Service on trying to streamline that and take workload away from the members. Everything was supposed to be done through Green Timbers. Headquarters, everything's sent off, but with timelines and delays, and it's proving a little more difficult than we had hoped. So there's a little bit more of an admin load on our members. So.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Parslow.
Yes, I'm still internally amused about your comment around the length of training for the bicycle and versus the ATV. That's mind-boggling for me. Of course, you've heard of electric bikes, so I would see the RCMP equipped with really supercharged electric bikes, and they'd be back quicker than on an ATV. So that's just trying to get you into the modern age, right, Bob? On a serious question, it's great response for major crimes, but just refresh my memory. Who pays for that? Does the city pay a portion of it, all of it, or is there a provincial fund set aside for such emergencies or call for outside assistance?
Thank you. Through your worship. The city pays, it's an investigation that happened within the city, so it's somewhat defined by city limits. So the provincial funding for the RCMP in Dawson Creek is a 70-30 budget model, where the city pays 70% of the budget, and the province pays the other 30. but there is also the outside of the city limit contingent. So if those files happen outside of city limits, then it's a provincial file. If it happens inside city limits, then it's a city file and paid for accordingly. One thing that we've been extremely successful in the recent past, over the last year and a half, is supplementary funding. So this file, all that supplementary funding has been applied for already. We are running a 100% success rate on that so far. So I have to wait and see if that's approved. But like I said, we have a 100% success rate with that supplementary funding, so that the taxpayers in the city isn't paying that bill. It's a wonderful little program through the province for that.
So, not, as you know, I'm not advocating this, but just for if we were like Nelson, had our own police force, would that same sort of arrangement still occur, or is this ability to bring in such good resources a feature of being a RCMP?
So thank you. I have to look back at I came up with a little phrase that I really liked: surge capacity. So the surge capacity of the RCMP far exceeds any municipal police force outside of the Lower Mainland. There are integrated units like Uniform Gang Enforcement Task Force, or UGET, Uniform Gang Enforcement Team, is an integrated unit. So those members that are coming up, you see them in the black Suburbans, and they're all dressed in black. Those are members from Abbotsford, Delta, New West, RCMP, Vancouver. So that is an integrated model, and that's some provincial funding. As far as the files that happen within the city limits, those resources are, I would imagine that they're available. I can guarantee that you're not having a major crime unit here within 12 hours and 16 hours having 12. The last big major file we had, I think we had 50 members here within 24 hours.
Right.
It's just not going to happen with a small municipal police force. So having the RCMP gives you, as a community, as mayor and council, as citizens, that surge capacity of all those extra units, whether they're municipal, provincial, or federal.
And it has a great impact as well.
It does.
Yeah.
We've talked to some of the element, the demographic that we deal with in a criminal capacity most often, we'll say, to be politically correct. And those people, when we're talking with them, when those units are in town, the term riding low is one of the terms that they use. They're just not around. They just go into hiding, and it's good for the community. So.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. When you talk about us having 15, a dozen major crime members come into the community, are they able to function properly out of your detachment for all their administrative duties, et cetera? Or are we able to supply you with more office space for those officers when they're in our community working, or do they do their administrative from their own detachment when they go home?
Well, thank you. And through your worship, we have the capacity over there. It's tight. We get up close and personal with each other, but there is networking and like IT networking, not people networking. But there's a capacity that can only be fulfilled at the detachment to be into our RCMP servers for security reasons. So most of those functions, we have local area network cables all over the boardrooms, and they all plug in, and we have a room dedicated to, holds up to, I think, 25 people upstairs. So we put them in there, and yeah, unfortunately, as much as I would love to say, hey, so a better space for them, there's security issues that aren't satisfied anywhere other than detachment. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. I just had one question. I know we've talked about this before, but I mean, I think like all these numbers, it's a lot of them, can give you guidance and can control kind of which way you're moving forward. But the one that I don't believe can is the mental health one. Like it's kind of, that increase is continuing to grow. But is there anything like, that we could do to help that? I know that some communities have I forget what it's called, but there's some programs where they have mental health officers that ride along with RCMP members. I know we've added mental health officer here as well at the city. Are those, is there any areas that we could look at helping in that avenue?
So thank you, Your Worship. This came up at the last PRD meeting that I was at last year with the mayor of Fort St. John. I believe she brought it to attention. And some communities call it a CAR 6-7 program. The thing with the CAR 6-7 program is you need to have a vehicle dedicated. You need to have 4 members, so 1 for each watch. We work on a 4-watch system here. So to have that 24/7 coverage, you need to have 4 members and 4 nurses. And the cost of, it's no secret to Your Worship, what the cost of a member is. And then you add the cost of the nurse into that, and then staffing that when they can't staff the hospital. We're still running diversions on a regular basis here at our local hospitals. So other than increasing resources, like to add another service is as simple as increasing resources. And unfortunately, that comes with an associated cost. So where does that money come from?
So those programs that are offered in other areas like that they're funded by the municipalities.
Again, I'm not sure what the Fort St. John model is, but to have a program in the city, I imagine it would be the 70-30, where the province would cover the 30% if the city was willing to cover the 70. But 70% times 4 plus the cost of another vehicle, and then the nurses as well. Fantastic program, but it's very resource heavy.
Yeah. Just it shows like the real issues we face in society too, right? Like with mental health and what's going on out there, that there's bigger problems that need to be addressed. So
yeah, there's the number of marginalized clients that we're dealing with is constantly increasing. It's sad. I unfortunately, from the policing point of view, I don't know what the solution is other than having those mental health resources from the medical point of view brought in. Mental health patients, clients are typically not a police matter, but because of the risk that they pose to themselves and the public, the police get called to be involved. It's just kind of the way it is. So.
Yeah, no, understandable. And I think this number's a little skewed on that one too, because it's saying an increase of 52%, but the city has also added resources to help in this. So without adding that this number would ultimately probably be higher too.
Yeah, that number
with all
for
those community supports.
April, so it was a 52% increase in April, but April was actually down from the month prior. It was an 83% increase from the same period of time last year in March. So it fluctuates drastically. But you look at that, like the number is almost 300 for 4 months. So I'm not a mathematician, but you divide that by the amount of members that we have on the road. It's a significant draw, especially when we're not able to respond to 90% of those calls as a single member.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
thank
you, Your Worship.
You're welcome. Councillor Apolonio.
Thank you, Your Worship. Of course, Sergeant Yu, thank you very much for all the great things that you are doing, and of course, it's evident in the community. I think adding to Mayor Darcy's point, of course, the mental health, and I think you are tracking the unhoused individuals, and of course, April 28 from March of 10, so it's getting warmer. So, is there any correlation about mental health or something, or about how the city could help about housing these individuals?
Thank you, through Your Worship. I think, if I understand correctly, the correlation between the unhoused people and the mental health.
Yeah, maybe, or how the city can help about the unhoused individuals. At least this uptick of statistic, like from 10 to 28, considering it's getting warmer again and people might go out again.
Yes, I think some of the increase is simply going to be because of the weather. As it gets colder and colder and colder, people are moving inside. As it warms up, people start. They're overhoused in some of these little places. The encampment that was in the provincial property across the street, of course, was managed by one of the local shelters, and those people were put into hotels, and some people moved out of town into the rural forested areas, and now they're going to start coming back into town. One thing that helped the banks, I think all but one bank closed. They lock their doors now at night, so those vestibules are locked up. A lot of the calls that we get are from people trying to keep warm. So from a city point of view, if warming shelters, if that program is expanded a little bit, or maybe more readily available, might assist with some of that. Again, but the thing to remember is we're not breaking down this 28. These are just files that we are attending. So they're not broken down by file type. Like if it could be, one of them could have flagged us down for something and just, and asked us for help with something that wasn't police related at all. As soon as we have an interaction with them, we're going to create a file. So as far as what can the city do to help, again, it's always going to come down to resources. What resources do we have? 28 files in a month, it's about one a day, is significant, and it's a drain on our resources. But again, they're community members just like anybody else, and if they require the police, then they require the police. So, not sure if that answers the question. I think it probably doesn't, other than throwing things back at resources. So, people problems require people resources for the most part. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Apollonio. Any other questions? I said one, how was the barbecue on Friday? And sorry that I couldn't make it, but did you have a good turnout?
It was very good. Yeah. They, I think they had 3 boxes of 45 burger patties and they went through them all.
Oh, good.
I'm not sure how many the hot dogs just kept going and going and going. They had a couple of cakes there and that was all gone. And they did raise some money for the Filipino community. I think that was going to be forwarded to you, Councillor, to be sent down. So that was much more than was expected. As most people know, the RCMP side, we don't fundraise. So that was done by the COPS and Rural Crime Watch, Southeast Crime Prevention Association.
Yeah.
So good on them for doing that and generated some money for a well-needed cause and showed that compassion is part of policing as well. So
nice. Any new recruits earned?
No, Constable Fortin was out there again today. He was very upset that you didn't come by for a hot dog. So I did text you and got a response that you were out of town. So he understood and said that next year no free passes. So you have to be there.
Okay, I'll make sure I'm there. Okay. So. Thank you, Councillor Apollonio.
Just a big thank you, Sergeant Chetwynd, of course, for the organizer for doing that barbecue for the Lapu-Lapu Day Festival. It's very appreciated. So, thank you.
Thank you. Through your worship, so to be clear, that was completely done by Southeast Crime Prevention. It was Police Week, so we coordinate every year and have it held on the detachment parking lot or at the front counter. But that was completely done by them. Co-op donated, I think, a bunch of meat. Was it Safeway or Save on Foods donated the buns? That was completely done by them. So I deserve no credit for any of that, but thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Apollonio. Well, thank you, Staff Sergeant, for coming in and the report. And we appreciate what you're doing and the whole team is doing next door. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. The communication from Mayor and Council and the appreciation and the communication when yourself and CIO came over to the detachment and visited the watches, that stuff goes a long ways. It helps the membership want to serve the community. It helps them want to be part of the community, and I think it's showing. So, again, thank you very much, and until next time.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Enjoy your day. Thanks. All right. Our next order of business is 8.4. We have a letter from Gerritt Lacey, Solid Waste Manager at the Peace River Regional District, received on May 5th, 2025, regarding planning for future waste management facilities in Chetwynd. Councillor Parslow.
I'd like to move we receive this for information.
Thank you, Councillor Rowsell. Second, Councillor Sudnick. Any discussion? No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Next, 8.5, we have a letter from the grant writer, City of Dawson Creek, received on May 20th, 2025, which is today. Request for resolution of support for application to SPARC BC for Ovintiv Event Center accessibility upgrade for the 2025 Para Cup. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move that the City of Dawson Creek supports the grant application to SPARC BC for a grant of $25,000 for the Ovintiv Event Center accessibility upgrades in preparation for hosting the 2025 Para Cup Hockey Tournament.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. I have a second. Councillor Sudnick. Discussion. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just to be clear, this is in addition to the capital spend from a couple years back with respect to accessibility around Paracup. Is this to offset that cost, or is this in anticipation of additional costs?
So through your worship, whatever we need to do there will be in the budget. This will be obviously an opportunity to offset those costs if we're successful.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Any other discussion? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. I just need to take a 2-minute break. We'll be back. Tuesday, May 20th, back to order. Next order of business is 9 reports. 9.1, we have report number 25-093 from the Communications and Engagement Manager regarding public art policy for consideration of adoption. Councillor Parslow.
I want to move the alternative that's presented in the report. I'd like to move the report number 25-093 from the Communications and Engagement Manager. The public art policy be received. Further, the Council directs staff to amend the public art policy by removing crosswalks from the temporary artwork section of the public art policy. Further, the Council adopt the amended public art policy.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor Sednick. Discussion.
I'd like to speak to that.
Go ahead.
I've been thinking about this for a few days, and I've been in some communities where the impact of the Indian Act and other things that have drastically hit the First Nations people. And it's a real tragedy, and it's a deeply held hurt for so many. And I thinking, how would we treat this sort of situation? And I don't wish it, of course, we don't wish this, but supposing there was a plane crash at Dawson Creek Airport, a passenger plane, doesn't matter, carrying 5 or 6 people, all died. There's possibility that there might want to be, for some people, some family or the company, if it was a company plane, to have some commemorative plaque, some, like a bit of an acknowledgement of this. That would be totally inappropriate for the public art policy. And that's how I view this issue of crosswalks. I do think I'd like to talk, if we have an opportunity, with on a government-to-government basis with our First Nations partners. We enjoy a good relationship with them, and ask them some questions around ways of which we as a community can take definite steps vis-a-vis reconciliation, and what their views would be on suitable ways of us acknowledging the hurt that's happened to so many First Nations people. And if they, for instance, I would like to talk to the various chiefs we know and have a good relationship with, and their councils, about their views of a crosswalk and other ways of doing this, because they're the people I think we should be talking to about all issues that relate to First Nations. They're our government-to-government partners. So I feel that when we're dealing with matters such as a tragedy, an historic one that maybe in some way continues to be perpetrated, and I think about, the Korean War or the Second World War or a tragic accident. I can remember when I was superintendent of schools, tragic accident that happened, killing a basketball players from the Ron Pettigrew School.
Yeah, I remember that.
That would be totally inappropriate for us to have that covered by our public art policy, right? So I think we do need to acknowledge it, and I do think we need to be purposeful in asking some questions so that we as a community know what is appropriate to the First Nations peoples and their representatives, so we don't make mistakes. And so that's why I feel that and I appreciate this alternative being presented, and that's why I chose that one as opposed to letting it stand. I must say, and I've passed this on to Melissa, I've had two knowledgeable people, very pleased with this policy. They didn't comment about the crosswalk thing, but just so the members of the art community in fairly significant positions said congratulations for the work being done in this regard. That goes to Melissa particularly. But that's why I'm making the motion as it is.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? Councillor McDonald?
No, thank you, Worship. I just want to voice my agreement with Councillor Parslow. I believe it's a great policy in regards to the public art portion of it. I just don't see how the crosswalks belong in with public art. I believe they're statements of solidarity. They're statements of acknowledgement of strife or atrocities other groups have faced, whether it's our Pride crosswalk, proposed Truth and Reconciliation crosswalk, or even when there was suggestions of us having a crosswalk for veterans. To think that a crosswalk for veterans should be treated as public art other than a piece of recognition of the atrocities our veterans faced in securing our freedoms. It would be like saying the cenotaph is a piece of public art. It's not. It's a piece of solidarity. It's an acknowledgement of the atrocities faced by our veterans. For me, Crosswalk for Truth and Reconciliation is an acknowledgement of the atrocities faced and ongoing that our First Nations and our Indigenous neighbors are still facing. And it just doesn't belong, in my opinion, in with public art. It's a great policy, but I don't think the crosswalks belong in there.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Any other discussion? I had a couple of questions. So I know that there's an approval board that will be made up. How many members will be on that? Do we know that yet? Or is that something that comes later, or is it? Yeah, no, go ahead, Melissa.
Through your worship, for the Public Art Advisory Committee, that's something that will be developed through a procedural document, and that's something that would probably likely we would come up with the terms of reference, and then that could be presented back to you if you wish to see that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And I thank you too for bringing this report forward too. I
Absolutely.
think it's a great idea. I have another question on number 3. I got to find it here. 3. So applying for funding, so eligibility. So 3V or Roman numeral 5. It says, so this is under applying for funding, but then it refers to developers and builders as part of their development obligations. Private developers may be required to contribute to public art, either through direct commissioning or financial contributions to a municipal public art. So maybe I'm just understanding that wrong, but what it's saying to me on that one is that developers and builders could be required to fund the art, but it's under applying for funding. So am I just misreading that?
Like, are we going to be because I guess the way I understand that is that we're going to be, that there could be some fees to developers and builders that will fund the public art, but it's under applying for funding.
Through your worship, I believe you may have caught a mistake.
Okay.
Unless I'm just forgetting why I put it in that section.
Everything else talks about applying, but I also...
I believe it was separated into two sections and we may have combined into one. But you're correct. I don't think that language necessarily fits. I think that's something that could be, we would have the option in the future perhaps to require public art through a developer and builder. But I want to say that was maybe put into a section that shouldn't have been.
Okay. I guess just in that, so then would it be removed because we're discussing this right now? Because I guess I just don't, I'm for the art policy and the way it's funded through capital projects, all of that makes complete sense to me. But to tax our developers or builders, I'm not in favor of that. I think I don't want to add any more obstacles to them or fees. So, yeah.
Through your worship, I agree with that. If that could be added into the recommendation for removal.
Okay. So would we need an amendment to the recommendation to remove?
I would take it as a friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment, or do you need an amendment? I'll make the amendment that we remove.
Through your worship, if everybody agrees to remove section 3AV. Yeah. Are we removing it entirely or removing it out of section 3 and placing it elsewhere? Otherwise, staff can just bring the amended policy back for future consideration that removes crosswalks and moves this particular section into another section applicable to the intent of this statement.
My thoughts would be to remove it completely from so I don't know if council's all in favor of
That would need to be an amendment voted on.
Okay, all right. Okay. Somebody would you like to make that amendment, Councillor Parslow?
Yes, I so move.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Parslow, second by Councillor McDonald. Okay. That was all the questions I had. I think I did mention that it was great to see. It was just, really nice to see. And I think it'll be great. It's a great policy that can showcase some art and build in our community. So, it's a good job. What's that?
Beautification.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it's great. So I guess I do have one more. So the art that we do fund, like the mural project, will that, once this policy is in place, will that then fall underneath this one?
Through your worship, I believe I'd have to have further discussions with Ryan McIver and Melissa Penolius. We did discuss that, but we haven't quite nailed down that process yet.
Okay.
As it stands right now, I think that we funded the murals through a different budget process.
Yeah, okay.
So it may change.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parslow, did you have?
Well, good catch, Mayor. And the other question, good one as well, because there's a specific resolution, right, around the murals. So I think that needs to be certainly discussed and brought back for transparency. What are we doing there? But again, I think there's a few comments I would not want to make in a public meeting about the composition of the committee, because there's good art out there and there's atrocious art out there. And you better have somebody who knows about art on that committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion on the amendment? No? All right, I will call the amendment to vote. Everybody's clear on the amendment? Yeah, okay. I didn't vote, or do I need to recall that? Do it now? Okay, I'll call that
the amendment to vote. It's closed. That's carried. Now, as the motion as amended, is there any more discussion on that? No more discussion? Okay, I will call the motion as amended to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Thank you. Next, 9.2, report number 25-025 from the Communications and Engagement Manager regarding proposed tribute crosswalk, Every Child Matters. Councillor Parslow.
I would like to move that we defer this matter to a meeting in September and use the time between to consult with our Indigenous partners.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Councillor McDonald? Any discussion?
Well, my comments for the previous
Yeah.
motion apply to this. Some well-meaning communities have done some things, and sometimes the First Nations feel that they've been ignored and not consulted. I don't want us to make any decisions on matters that affect them.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion?
Lisa.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'll call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 9.3, report number. Go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Can I make a supplementary motion that relates to the topic we've just that we organise government-to-government meetings between now and September to discuss, among other things, reconciliation with our First Nations.
Okay.
And this topic be included.
Okay. Have a second, Councillor McDonald? Any discussion? I guess just one. I know that there's the C2C program, so if we're going to move forward with this, do we need direction for that? Because I think it's a community to community. There's some funding by the province to help. So would we? I know we've looked into that before. I'm just not sure where that's at. But would you want some direction with this as well, or is it?
So through your worship, yeah, we have looked at it, and trying to recall if it's still available. Yeah, but we'll look into it.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. All right. Any other discussion? No? I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Next, 9.3, we have report number 25. We have 10 minutes, actually. I'm just going to vary the agenda and go to 9.4. Just because 9.3 I'm thinking might take a bit longer. There's a few recommendations in there. So I'm going to go to 9.4, report number 25-081 from the Development Service Manager regarding Development Variance Permit 25-02, 509 97A Avenue, increased area for accessible building. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move the report number 25-081 from the Development Services Manager regarding Development Variance Permit 25-02, 509 97A Avenue, increased area for accessory buildings be received. Further, that Development Variance Permit number 25-02 for 509 97A Avenue be issued, varying the total combined floor area of accessory buildings and structures from 72.5 square meters per parcel to 111 square meters.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Do I have a second? Councillor Apollonio, any discussion? No. All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 9.5, report number 25-082 from the Development Service Manager regarding Development Variance Permit 25-03, 901 93rd Avenue, driveway variance. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship. I'll move the recommendation that report number 25-082 from the Development Services Manager regarding Development Variance Permits permit 25-03, 901 93rd Avenue driveway variance be received. Further, the development variance permit number 25-03 be approved to vary subdivision and development servicing bylaw number 4353, 2017, Schedule E, Section 1.12, by allowing 2 driveway accesses per road frontage along 9th Street and by increasing the maximum allowable driveway width from 9 meters to an aggregate of 15.24 meters, consisting of an 8.54 meter access to the south along 9th Street and a 6.7 meter access to the north along 9th Street.
Thank you, Councillor Earl.
A lot of hyphens in that one, Bill.
Councillor Sudnick, any discussion? Councillor Earl?
No.
Okay, I'll call this motion to vote. Thank you. Vote is closed. It's carried. 9.6, report number 25-083 from the Development Service Manager, Grandview Neighbourhood Concept Plan Update. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move that report number 25-083 from the Development Services Manager regarding Grandview Neighbourhood Concept Plan Update be received for information.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Second, Councillor Apollonio. Any discussion on receiving for information? Discussion, Councillor Parslow.
So what is, I'm being very careful here. When we're receiving it for information, is that not implicit in that we're accepting this plan as presented? In other words, we're not adopting this plan at this, we're just receiving it as information in this process.
Through your worship, yes. At this time, it will come back to council. Like, this is kind of the first blush at it.
Right.
I believe it has to go back to the public as this is what we heard, and they'll present to that. Then it will come back to council as a final document.
Right. So there's chances to make changes and discuss the implementation of this and how it might be done at a future date.
Yeah.
Just asking for clarification based upon some other things many years ago. Thank you.
Good question. Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion?
I'm not going to say.
No. All right, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 9.7, we have report number 25-085 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding capital project 2501 sanitary trunk main replacement phase 1 recommendation for construction. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move that report number 25-085 from the General Manager of Development Services regarding capital project 2501 sanitary trunk main replacement phase 1 recommendation for construction be received. Further, the council award the contract for capital project 2501 sanitary trunk main replacement phase 1 to Nappet Industries 2006 Limited for the price of $5,009,919 excluding GST.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. I have a second, Councillor Sudnick. Any discussion? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 9.8, we have report number 25-092.
Sorry. I interrupted. I have a supplementary question on that one.
Okay. Go ahead,
Just,
Councillor.
I guess, if memory serves correct, the sanitary sewer trunk was a different kind of design bid than we've done previously. Was that? And I'm just wondering, given that we only got one applicant for the project, are we at all concerned that the reason there was only one bid put in is because of the new format, or are we thinking it's just because of the nature of the work and the specialization required?
Let Devin respond.
Thank you. Go ahead, Devin.
So, good question. Through your worship, for the design assist, we actually had 3 bids received. We went through the whole proposal process, and NAPIT was successful. So then, as you may recall, through that mechanism in the design assist, NAPIT had the first shot at it, essentially. In that report, we provided that variance threshold that staff had set, and they hit it within 3%.
Okay.
So for that, we expect that's best value for the city.
And then if they didn't hit that threshold, then you would have...
It was an off-ramp for the city to choose whether we wanted to continue to go with NAPIT or we wanted to go out to a public tender to see if we could get a better price. But at this point, staff are feeling fairly confident that NAPIT has given us the best price we can. And they know intrinsically the design. We've been working on it, every detail, for the last 3 months.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I should have asked that sooner.
That's perfect. Thanks, Councillor Earl. Next, 9.8, we have report number 25-092 from the Utilities Manager regarding RFP 2025-25, design, supply, and install of replacement wastewater treatment plant aeration system. Thank you, Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Worship. I'll move the report. Move the recommendation that report number 25-080 from the Utilities Manager regarding RFP 2025-25 design, supply, and install of replacement wastewater treatment plant aeration system be received. Further, that Council award the contract for RFP 2025-25 design, supply, and install of replacement wastewater treatment plant aeration system to Nexum Incorporated, utilizing HDPE header for the proposal price of $1,683,584 plus contingency of $220,000 for a total contract price of $1,903,584 inclusive of all applicable taxes.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. You have a second, Councillor Sudnick. Any discussion? Councillor Earl, did you have anything?
No.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. Through you to staff, just out of curiosity, it says the HDPE has a 20-year life expectancy. What would the life expectancy of the stainless steel have been? Doesn't say that in the report.
Go ahead, Stacy.
Through your worship, the life expectancy of the stainless steel is 40 years, if not infinite, just because it doesn't degrade over time. But we don't know if technology will change over time, possibly changing what type or size of headers we need in the future.
Okay. So, okay.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Thanks, Stacy. All right. Tab, I'm going to break for lunch, but before I do that, do I want to recess, vary the agenda to 16? Because we're going at 12:30, we're going...
We still have to vote on this.
Oh, but after that, then... Yeah, okay. All right. Sorry, I'll call this motion to vote. I got ahead of myself there. One more vote, please.
Sorry, that's me.
Vote is closed. That's carried. I'm going to vary the agenda to 16, recess to close meeting. 16.1, resolutions to move into the meeting of council closed to the public. Agenda item 2.1, section 91K, negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are at their preliminary stages and that in the view of council could reasonably be expected to harm the interest of the municipality if they were to be held in public.
Second.
Moved by Councillor McDonald, second by Councillor Sudnick. I'll call that to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried, so we'll recess for lunch, and then for those that are watching, we'll be back in probably after 1 o'clock sometime to open. Next order of business is 9.3. We have report number 25-080 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding revitalization tax exemption economic analysis. Councillor Parslow.
I'm being very bold, and I'd like to make the recommendation that report number 25-080 from the CFO, revitalization tax exemption economic analysis be received for discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Do I have a second? Councillor Kemp? I'll call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to thank staff for the work put into compiling this report and providing us with some options around how to proceed. It is a big piece of work and it is potentially complicated. It is complicated, but potentially with respect to how we encourage investment in the community moving forward in our downtown core. I think we have an obligation to look under every rock, given the current economic climate, the current tepid development. I think look, what can we do that isn't going to be prohibitively expensive to help encourage businesses. Obviously, one or two thoughts with respect to how we're measuring net benefits, and I take the figures as they're presented. Obviously, it's somewhat saddening to see that how much it moves the needle for new developments, new commercial developments, new industrial developments, or highway commercial, pardon me. It's not nothing, but I don't think there was ever an illusion on my part anyway that we as a municipality could make a market for something. This is intended to be a nudge in what we hope to be the right direction. And I do think, barring that, the potential influence it could have on commercial renovations in the downtown core, and if we're counting brownfield remediation as a commercial renovation, which I think it would qualify as, that's worth pursuing in tandem with other options that hopefully come available from the provincial and federal governments around that. So just initial thoughts, but I'll kick it back to the rest of council.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. I had a couple thoughts. I'll jump in if nobody else does, but I guess my original thought was, we originally talked about the 5-year exemption, so the 100, 75, 50, 25, and back to 0 on everything. I don't see that recommendation here, but then I also see the one about the downtown and the Brownsfield and that being over 10 years. So I guess with that being said, I like that too. But how would a person move forward with both? So if we wanted to say just downtown and Brownfield that we did 10-year and it was the first 5-year was 100%, which is pretty aggressive on the downtown area. But then we blanket the rest for 100, 75, 50. And I get the report and I appreciate all the work that's went into this. I do. I think there's a lot of great information. And I think Councillor Earl said it exactly. It's not about, it's just giving that little bit of nudge and a little bit of assistance. And I've met with 5 developers that, are looking to develop and probably building anyways, but this is something that would help them and makes the decision a little bit easier. Kevin and I met with a couple too that said that this would motivate them to do something. So, yeah, so I guess the 10-year was something new, but I like that on the downtown and the brownfields. So if we wanted to go that direction, but then we also wanted to do another one, do we need, how does that work right now? Guiding.
Through your worship, we can just reword that exemption on kind of, I guess, combining the applicable area and property types and the options. But we can do whatever is directed by council. We might just have to work on the motion and crafting something with Tab. But if you want to pick a specific area of town and make it for only 10 years and the rest for 5, you can do that.
In one motion, or would you need separate motions for that? Or one recommendation?
Might have to see if what Tab, because it's somewhat combining recommendation number 2 with recommendation number 3. I think we can do it through 1, that council directs staff to develop a revitalizing tax exemption that focuses on, and you can say the area of town and the property type further that, and then you can use the options that are provided for the percentage and length.
Okay.
But if Tab feels there's a better way to do that.
Through your worship, that sounds good. We can do it all in one. You can pick downtown and brownfields. If you want a 5-year and pick your percentages, we can craft it into one in a list format.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Melissa. I just liked when I seen that 10-year and put some thought around it, because I was, we've talked a lot about downtown and how to like revitalize it and to, give some incentive for people to invest back in. And I was like, I never thought of that, like as a 5-year, 100% on improvements, but that's pretty aggressive and, might incentivize some growth downtown or some development. But yeah, I don't know, it was just a thought when I was reading it. So, Councillor Parslow, were you done?
No, yeah, thank you. So, I've struggled with this. I talked to 2 business owners, small business owners, and I asked them, about their, in general terms, what are their taxes, what's their utilities, what's their insurance, and they basically said that to just clear their basic operating costs, right? They'd need revenue about 85 to 90,000 without paying any wages. They felt that this presentation wouldn't kickstart them. The most important thing is a vibrant economy where people feel confident that they've got a good cash flow, and then also that for any small business, they've got to be offering very good service. Where so many people now do all their shopping online, and there's a lot of competitive stuff. But they said there's no harm in this, and it's in that spirit, and it's something that you're and other colleagues are interested in. I'll support this. I thought the 10-year was maybe a step in the right direction, because it was a bit aggressive, right? I really like the fact that brownfields are covered in this, for sure. The economic analysis would seem to favor commercial, and I just wondered why would we throw residential in, given what the analysis shows. Also, I'm not in my head sure if I could just, with certainty, I'd like just a refresher. Where did we end up in our description of what was downtown Dawson Creek? I was asked, and I couldn't tell them. I didn't know if it did extend over to where the museum and the art gallery and that gym that relocated from downtown, real downtown Dawson Creek to the periphery was 4 lanes in downtown. So I'm asking that question, what is downtown? Because we need, I don't know if the rest of you are a little confused, but I'm not sure where downtown starts and ends.
Yes. So through your worship, I'll maybe let Devin speak to that, because we've been working in that through a couple of different planning exercises, and I know we've had that discussion, and it means something different to everybody when you say downtown.
Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one, Kevin.
So through your worship, we did that visioning exercise, the workshop, that really kind of focused on the downtown. Everybody has a bit of a different opinion, you're correct. I'm actually supposed to be meeting at 3, but I think my team will meet with our consultants to finalize that draft for the visioning workshop that we did, and then we'll be bringing a draft to you, and that will likely kind of connect with this bylaw. It'll be right around the same timeline. So we should hopefully be having a draft to you soon on the visioning, the Main Street visioning, where we looked at Main Street and downtown.
And as part of any bylaw that would come to council for the tax exemption, there would be a map in there that identifies that as well. So you'd be able to see it at that point.
Right. So basically, it's in the spirit of why would I oppose something that does no harm, can't do any harm, really? Because the net, if we get some new build, is new taxation base.
Yeah. I guess the one thing that intrigued me that you said, Councillor Parslow, is you liked the 10-year as it being aggressive, and I agree with that. Like, I think it's, so are you thinking like all properties that you would do 10 years, like not just downtown? So say we did one that was downtown related, and then we did one that was commercial related. Are you thinking like 10 years for all that? I mean, 5 years at 100% tax exemption on a new build, that's pretty significant.
Well, I was thinking it relative to commercial, okay, and brownfields. I've thrown brownfields in for every scenario, right, in my thinking, because we've got to try and get those properties developed, right? I don't know why so I'm saying 10-year commercial. I don't know why we would do this for residential. Mixed use I can understand.
Yeah, I guess.
I'd say high density residential.
Yeah, high density, but I guess the reason why it was initially brought up with everything is just because we haven't had a lot of residential being built. So if there was something, and then we did meet with 2 developers that build houses and just asked them what the impact would be, and they said like how tight margins are, every dollar would help. So the one developer we met with, how many lots did they own? 5? And he did say that it would, it would help any dollar that went towards that, because the reason why maybe there hasn't been some building is just the costs, right? But they said now that when they're building, like the margins are so low that every little bit they look at and helps. So, Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, I mean, the challenge is, I guess, with respect to is, as Councillor Parslow noted, try do no harm and try and strike the balance between development that would have happened anyway and inducing new development. I guess my one concern with residential outside of the downtown core is that it doesn't make us money, from what I understand. By the time you hook up the utilities and you plow the street and you pick up, best case scenario, you're breaking even. Where it becomes not a money loser is when you've got density or infill, because you're already plowing those streets and the infrastructure already exists. So the scales of economy make it make sense. And that, I think, would be my hang up, is I'm not, that would be the challenge I have is as we build out subdivisions or develop new developments on new properties on the periphery of the community, there are real hard costs that come along with that for taxpayers, which presumably aren't going to be borne by the homeowners and aren't going to be borne by the builders for the first 5 to 10 years. And if that's an acceptable loss, fair enough. I'd kind of like an idea of what that loss is going to be, because it will drive up operating costs and keep revenue the same. Whereas, somebody building a mixed commercial floor with apartments above it in the downtown core doesn't increase costs in the same way for taxpayers. Yeah, any insight from Kevin would be
so through your worship,
valued.
You're correct, is that a greenfield development, i.e. sprawl with large single-family lots, from our perspective, that's going to cost more to service over the long haul than you're going to see in any revenue generated. You need commercial and industrial to offset that. You are correct that and this goes back to incentivizing. This is meant to incentivize. So if you are incentivizing because it's better for the municipality to have brownfield development, infield development, multifamily, because the operational costs already exist. They're already there because you're already driving by that empty lot or that brownfield. So I think that makes sense in my mind than incentivizing a brand new development out in a field somewhere because those are new costs we're going to be taking on operationally. So that's a real bit of a hit for the first 10 years if your costs have gone up and your revenues have stayed static. But those infill properties, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Thanks, Kevin. Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Sudnick.
Thank you, Worship. Just a comment. I mean, there's with something new like this, there's a lot of unknowns and a lot of hypotheticals to consider. And thank you for the staff for trying to consider most of them. But this is, I'm not looking at this as a magic bullet to solve all problems. This is just a tool in the toolbox exactly for those incentives. So it's beneficial to have it, and if someone's going to take advantage of it, great. But it's not a magic bullet, just another tool I think that we can provide to anybody looking to develop, commercial or industrial properties.
Thanks, Councillor Sudnick. Alysa?
Through your worship, just for information and speaking with, subject matter experts on revitalization tax exemption, they did let us know that it's not typical to see them on single-family residential. So I just wanted to let you know that. We're mainly seeing it on the mixed use or the multifamily dwelling, and even then, in the most case, the multifamily, it's usually focused in the downtown core. Again, you can choose whatever you want to do, but I just felt that was information you might want to have.
What risk would there be single-family homes? Like if we did this and most of our single-family homes are going to be built on lots that already exist within the community that we service. There's a couple development areas. But what risk if we went from, say we had 10 homes built next year and we 100%ed them the first year, like where do you see any pressures that would put on the city, Kevin, or do you?
Well, in that regard, the single families that would be built now would be in existing subdivisions that we likely already service.
Yeah.
So that's not going to change too much, I don't think. Melissa?
Through your worship, I don't know necessarily if you could say it's a risk. The economic analysis determined for the residential that the impact would be negligible. If they're going to be, and what that tells me, if they're going to be developing a house, they're going to be developing it regardless if this exists or not. I did look at, and it kind of aligns with what Councillor Earl said on the rate that they're paying. It's just so low. With when I specifically looked at a house that was built with an assessment value of the improvements of just about $400,000. So combined, about a $500,000 home right now. The benefit that they're seeing when they're getting the 100% on the improvements when it was built is $2,000. So, and that's on a $500,000 home. So for information's sake, if you're looking at incentivizing potentially lower income housing, single family, you're going to be obviously looking at a lower assessment. So that goes back to in the previous reports, when are we achieving the proper amount of revitalization and incentivizing what we want to. But there is no really downside, but it's just the result is showing that they're going to be building it regardless.
Thank you. I guess just the 10-year is really rolled around in my head because I never thought about it before. But if a person did do 10 years and did the first 2 years 100% and then 80, then 60, then 40, on a $2,000 single family home, the first 2 years you're going to save $4,000, and then you could over that 10-year span save $10,000 or $15,000, which then does help. And I only can speak for the developer we talked to that owns lots and said that every little dollar would help, and this would help. So I don't know, I guess just thinking about the 10-year, my thoughts is that we do 100% for the first 2 years and then tier it in, because I think of a commercial development in a building, then that's, I don't know, just it's aggressive, like Councillor Parslow said. Councillor Earl?
Thank you. Just with respect to the residential, new construction is one thing, but logistically, from a manpower standpoint, how are we, if people, presumably they're also going to be eligible for capital improvements, AKA renovations, how there's a lot more there's just a lot more residences than there are businesses and commercial buildings. How on earth would we track that and do those kinds of, once again, I'm not necessarily in favor of expanding this to residential other than infill and downtown mixed use, but trying to
So you'd be capping.
engage with the mayor's point.
Yeah, so you'd be capping, or you'd have a threshold to
Yeah,
meet.
like
So
25
that would-
grand or 50 grand. Or
I think we had, was it
75,000, yeah.
$75,000.
Okay.
So that weeds out a lot of that smaller
Yeah.
stuff, and now it's meant to be a significant.
Yeah, someone's building a
investment.
shop or something. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
like
you.
windows, sidings, roof is not going to increase the value by 75,000 assessment, so. Councillor Parslow?
Well, now I need some help. If I can use Melissa's example. So you were talking about incentivizing the building of residential. And the example used on a $500,000 house, there would be a tax benefit of $2,000 for the first year. Now, I'm the developer. So presumably that means I sell the house. Who gets the 2,000 the next year and the year and the who gets that? Because the developer doesn't own it anymore. So help me.
Yeah,
I've suddenly realized I don't understand how that would work.
So the benefit is going to go to the homeowner.
To the homeowner.
Yeah, whoever owns the property is the one that
Supplying the
benefits from it.
units.
So
So it's
the real,
not going to incentivize the builder then, is it?
Well, it will, because he'll get that out of it on the sale price. Because that'll be a selling feature to a potential customer.
Yeah, Your Worship,
Potentially.
you're correct. He could advertise it as a.
Fine, say no more.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I'm feeling like we should do two motions here, that we should have one based on, the multi-unit residential, industrial, commercial, and then think about one for residential development. But going to that conversation there, a lot of developers will claim the GST rebate as part of their sale contracts. Do we honestly believe that the developer is not going to claim the tax savings moving forward as part of their development contract as well? Would they be able to? Can they?
I think it's covered in recommendation 5, but the when you own a
That
house.
it's transferable, yeah, absolutely.
But when you own.
But it
when
doesn't
you-
mean that they're going to transfer it.
No, but whoever owns the house is required to pay the property tax. The builder wouldn't pay the property tax on an ongoing basis because the new owners of the home would be required to pay the property tax, correct?
It just says it allows for it, though.
So through Your Worship, as I understand it, so if they didn't transfer it, they would have nothing to claim because they actually wouldn't own anything. You know what I mean? Like, once they sold the home to you, it's now in your name. They have, if they had registered for the program, because there's a possibility that someone builds a house and sits on it for a year or two before they sell it, in which case
Oh, absolutely.
they could benefit from this if they were sitting on it. But then they sell it to yourself. They no longer, I believe, have anything to claim because there's no assessment because they don't own a property. So why they wouldn't transfer it, I have no idea, but it would be, our suggestion is that it would be set up to be transferable.
I just agree with Councillor Parslow. Then I don't see how that is a true incentive for a developer to build for a one-time $2,000 savings on a $400,000 build. Right? I think we would need to find something bigger, larger to incentivize them to truly develop other than a $2,000 savings, no matter how tight their margins are.
Councillor Parslow?
Well, I think we had a good discussion. Would you entertain a motion?
Sure, please.
Okay. So I'm going to move recommendation number 2, option 1, that council direct staff to develop a revitalization tax exemption bylaw that focuses on downtown Dawson Creek and all brownfields to support the development of multi-unit residential, commercial, or mixed use.
Okay. Do you have a second, Councillor Sudnick?
I'm emphasizing multi-unit residential. To that addresses density a bit, and I appreciate Councillor Earle's comments about the building in greenfield stuff. That would possibly be something we want. We want to have some fill in our gaps more than outline. As I said before, brownfields, we've got some nice locations that need developing and could be developed because of their nice location being held up because of other problems.
Yeah. Good. Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I would prefer if that included our highway corridor and established industrial parks and including industrial builds, so that we're not just limiting ourselves to the downtown core.
Well, I guess were we looking at 2 different ones? Because I actually, I guess we could put that on the floor, but I still think we open it up to everything. Personally, I think we look at residential, commercial, all areas of the community. Seconded was Councillor Sudnick. Yeah. So I guess we could, I don't know, like if we do them 2 separately, like we deal with this one and then the other ones, but I don't know. And maybe I'm alone on this, but I feel like that's.
I'd like to keep single-family residential separate.
Councillor Sudnick?
I'd be in favor of doing this as a blanket with you. Agree on that. I mean, if a developer is going to build a house, whether he's going to save $2,000 or not, he's going to build a house. If he wants to save $2,000, great. If he doesn't, okay. I mean, I would take the $2,000. So if it's opened up to everybody for everywhere, then we can look at that.
I think too on the single family, like say you're building a house and you get to then own it, so you save the $2,000 the first year, but you're selling it to your neighbor who then benefits the next 8 years. Mm-hmm. It's going to add value to that.
It's not up to, it would be me as a seller to transfer it. It's not our responsibility to make sure he transfers it. It's like if he does, he does. If he doesn't, that is between the purchaser and the seller. So, not our problem.
So I guess, Tab, if we wanted to include all, could we amend that now? And I guess and then we could.
Through your worship, if you want, we can have this as a working motion. If everyone agrees, we can work on it up there. And further, you can include the years, the percentages. We can just keep working on it until it is in its completed form.
Okay. Thank you. So I guess, Councillor Parslow?
So I regret to say that if Councillor MacDonald is trying to amend my motion, it would be a hostile action. I strongly believe that maybe incorrectly all along we were trying to focus on revitalizing our downtown Dawson Creek. And now I hear suggestions that we might even want to encourage development at the peripheries or in some of these unused lots or vacant buildings way out towards the landfill or stuff. And so the spirit that I have for this is downtown revitalization. So I suggest that we dispose of this motion, and it doesn't stop my colleague, Councillor MacDonald, making a separate motion to include what he wants in the bylaw development.
Okay.
But to me, it's a radical departure. I'm surprised that Kyle tried to do it.
Monster. You better mark this one in your calendar.
Yes. Lyle and I'll have words.
Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarification, it says all brownfields, presumably that includes the brownfields along the highway corridor and any other within city limits that has potential contamination? Just trying to bridge the gap between Councillor MacDonald's deeply offensive amendment and Councillor Parslow's initial intent.
Somebody's got to be
Yeah.
Through your worship, the intent in writing the report, but again, it can be, council can specify, but by including all brownfields, I thought citywide, given, I think, the priority for, we've heard with brownfields is that no matter where they are, that we'd like to see them revitalized. So my intent was to mean all brownfields citywide.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
So
Councillor Parslow.
the CFO's explanation aligns with my understanding when I thought I emphasized all brownfields. You got to listen to the intonation, right? I mean, no, I said we got to get those brownfields developed.
Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I just think if we keep it as just the downtown Dawson Creek and citywide brownfields, there are a couple of very large lots, empty lots along the highway corridor, specifically those across from Ovintiv and the casino that we would be excluding from this exemption if we kept it like that, including the triangular lot across from Walmart that we would be excluding from this if we keep it just to downtown and brownfields, that we need to make it bigger if we want to attract those large type developments and making sure that we are giving them the same incentive. That's why I was saying that we needed it to be on the complete highway corridor as well, and industrial. If we could start getting some more big industrial developments in this community, it'd be wonderful too. Those are our biggest taxpayers. Let's incentivize them to come. I'd like to defeat Councillor Parslow's motion and do another one.
Well, I think as Tab said, we can change it so that it'll be a working motion, but or like we can adjust this as we go.
Yes.
That's what you said, right?
Yes.
So can I make suggested adjustments then?
Sure, that's good.
So I would like to have that, let me go back up to, sorry. The council directs us to develop a revitalization tax exemption bylaw that would apply a 5-year 100% followed by an 80, 60, 40, 20, 0 in the next 5 years exemption in the defined downtown core, plus all brownfields, as well as our highway corridor and established industrial parks to support the development of multi-unit residential, industrial, commercial, and mixed-use developments. Was that slow enough?
So that wouldn't include multi-housing units then?
I said multi-unit residential.
It wouldn't include single unit or single.
Not single unit.
I guess my only thing on that is like, what's the single housing? We've had no houses built here in the last, so I guess.
Has there been a demand for it, or do we have an established supply?
But what's the harm in adding it?
Oh, no, I'm not arguing that for sure, right?
Yeah. I just don't.
Talking about, reviewing what Councillor Earl had to say about actual cost, right? when we talk about a tax exemption for all those developments there, we're not actually costing the city, right? We're building revenue for the future, right? If we have to take a 10-year cost to our taxpayers to get single-family homes built in greenfields, I don't know how much I support that. I would rather see us have a different incentive that is not 10 years and that hyper-aggressive. I'd rather see a 3-year. And if we did 100% for 3 years and then we're fully taxing them at 100% followed that, I could take that a lot more.
You're good, Councillor Bertone?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Councillor
Earl? Just with respect to tax exemption for single-family residential, is the one thing to be very, very mindful of is that, I'm going to try and be delicate with respect to how I phrase this. It's very, very easy to buy a house in our society. Based on a certain assumption of a certain payment and based on your budget. And then many people when they pay their mortgage, they're also paying a portion toward their property taxes, which is then remitted to us by a bank. And somebody who's going to potentially have their property tax appear on their mortgage payment 3 years into a new house purchase. Not to say this would be a problem for everybody, but somebody works at a financial institution, the levels of financial literacy and how people budget debt servicing in their lives, there's a great deal of variation. And this could end up putting people who maybe financial planning isn't their strong suit in a very difficult situation 3 years in if they didn't understand the full cost of what they were buying. Not that that's, it's not our job to manage people's money for them, but just thinking about, some of the things we occasionally see in finance is there's some people who, if they were to find an extra $2,500 or $3,000 tax bill added to their mortgage payment 3 years into having bought a new home thinking they were getting it for a certain payment, that would be a very unwelcome surprise.
And thanks, Councillor Earl. So is there two different motions, or does Councillors McDonald's kind of?
Is it a working motion?
I made a motion, it was seconded. We haven't voted on that yet.
No, I know, because Tab mentioned that would just be a working motion and we can make adjustments as we go. And then at the end of that, we could read that motion out and vote on it instead of doing it all individually.
So working motions means that they can be freely amended, right?
Yeah. Well,
Never heard of a working motion.
If Councillor Parslow would like to vote on this first motion, and if we would like to continue to make other motions, as long as they don't contradict the first motion made, we can do that.
Councillor Parslow?
I just thought with the complexity of this, if we have it in a list form, however, if not all council is in total agreement on what is included in the list, it wouldn't make sense to have it as a working motion, as I now hear from Councillor Parslow.
Okay. So would you like us to call that first motion?
Dispose of the original motion.
Okay. I'll call the first motion to vote, which is the council directs staff to develop a revitalization tax exemption bylaw that includes the following: downtown Dawson Creek and citywide brownfields to support the development of a multi-unit residential, commercial, or mixed use. So I'm calling this motion, not telling you how to vote, but we would like to defeat it so we can get a new one. Vote is closed. It's defeated. Councillor Parslow was in favor, and the other 6 were opposed.
Good, 1 to 6. I'm used to 6 to 1.
Yeah.
Usually 1 to 6.
It's on the opposite, yeah. So I guess now we don't have anything on the table, so I guess just before somebody does put one forward, is I personally would like to see it municipality-wide on green, obviously an exception to greenfields, I understand that, but I would see it citywide. And my 10-year thought is that we do 2 years at 100%, 2 years at 80, 2 years at 60, 2 years at 40, 2 years at 20. 5 years at 100 that's a long time. I mean, it would be aggressive, but if you do, at least we get some revenue afterwards, and it's still a substantial benefit. But that's just my thoughts, and I mean, maybe we could put a motion forward and then, yeah. So I don't want to steal your thunder, Councillor McDonald, because you did put that motion forward, so, but if Councillor Sudnick wanted to, or.
Is mine gone?
Yes, because it was.
Have to redo one now?
Because it was part of that working one, so if anybody else wants to, or Councillor McDonald does, Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. Sorry.
Sorry, just
Through
one
your
second.
worship. The motion that was defeated was the original motion that Councillor Parslow made, seconded by Councillor Sudnick. It did not include any wording that Councillor McDonald had.
Yeah.
It was made clear that that one was separate, so I did not get a second for Councillor McDonald's motion, so if there is a seconder, we will put that back on the floor.
Or did you want to change, are you?
Well, I appreciate the different levels there on yours. Actually, I really do, right? The 2 at 100, 2 at 80, 2 at 60, 2 at 40. Absolutely. And if we strike the idea of greenfield development, if we're filling in lots that are already being serviced in this community for residential, absolutely, right? But if it's something that we're going to have to spend large amounts of money to build services for, i.e. that development out south of town, right? I wouldn't be in support of offering that a tax exemption when we are going to have to invest a substantial amount of money to service that for future development.
So could we minus greenfields? And I guess the other part, while we're having that discussion on greenfields, so the development north of the city on 17th is partially developed with a street going through that hasn't been subdivided yet. So would that be considered a green?
Yeah. So through your worship, how I would see this is that it would be any lots already titled. So, and I don't know how we would word this, but essentially if it's a titled property now, it'd be applicable, but greenfield does mean that it's going to be developed into the future. So if you're going citywide, you could simply do it as any
titled lots
within the city boundaries as of the date of the bylaw. So for clarity, Mr. Rorson owns a large piece of property up there with roads, but the lots are not titled. So if they were not titled prior to the bylaw, they would not be applicable.
Are they serviced?
Yes, but they haven't been accepted by the city as of yet. It hasn't been completed. So until he goes and titles them. So it's just trying to find, just so we're clear.
A way to be logically consistent.
Yeah, to find some language that works.
Service. So I guess, say we put forward something and the bylaw and then he titles those later on. Like how does that, like if he wanted this exemption, would that he then have to come in and council would have to decide whether we include new?
There would be an amendment to the bylaw because it's a bylaw. I think I understand your intent. I think we can probably find some, we're just talking about, we don't want to see it incentivizing greenfield development. We need to figure out, and we could use that language, then we need, in the bylaw, we need to come up with specific language that will define what that is and what it isn't. I think with the greenfield language in the motion, I think we understand your intent.
I think that's what I understand from Councillor Earl, like if somebody is to take a field and develop all that, there's a cost to us, but like on a lot that's already developed, there's probably, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay.
We would just need to change the 10 years.
And are you okay changing to?
Yeah, 10
everything?
years still with 100% for first two, 80 in years 3, 4, 60 in 5, 6, et cetera, et cetera.
And then are you okay about opening it up to everything in the city?
Yeah, no, 100%.
Okay. Second, Councillor Sudnick. I'll just wait till she's got that typed, Councillor Parslow, and then I'll. Please. So do we need to change the first part if it's open to everything, Kevin, or is that?
So just on that language right now,
Well, citywide, it says.
does citywide mean everything and we don't have to have all that other language?
That's what I'm guessing.
Because it doesn't say residential.
Yeah, within the municipal boundaries, yeah.
So citywide excluding Greenfield.
Yeah. Does that look correct, Councillor McDonald? Yeah, yeah, thank you. And that was seconded by Councillor Sudnick. Councillor Parslow?
So in this sweeping motion that citywide, we know that some of our First Nation partners own large pieces of land that would be captured by this. In the MOUs that we have or are developing, who has responsibility for the infrastructure, and would they also benefit from this proposal?
So are you meaning in the urban reserve?
The Doid Soto, yeah.
So when you say responsible for infrastructure, are you talking about off-site infrastructure, like not on their property, or?
I'm talking about us. We would provide services to the property line.
Yeah.
That would be ours, right?
Yeah.
Now then, would they be eligible for this revitalization? That's this motion here, and would we have to put services in? I mean, I just wondered.
Yeah.
I'm not wishing to make this complicated, but as the discussion developed, it just say, hey, what's going on with some other potential? It was triggered by my colleague's statement, a big development, right? Well, we could be 2 big developments that we know of. How would this work for them? And is there anything in the MOU that would complicate things? And I don't wish to get into too many details.
Yeah, so through your worship, on the infrastructure side, so we would treat them like any developer, as if the services exist along the corridor, wherever they may be developing, that's great. If they need to be upgraded in some way, then they would be responsible for that, just like any developer. Or it possibly would be a negotiation between the city and the developer. Now, the bigger question is, if you're talking about somebody that might be entering into an urban reserve, then you are getting you have an MSA, municipal services agreement, in lieu of taxation. And how does this all work? And that's a very interesting question. I honestly, it's a separate agreement. I just don't know how that would work in conjunction with this.
Yeah, well, it's tied to some of these statements about large swaths of land, which is a correct statement.
Yeah.
But we know the ownership of at least 2 of those large swaths of land. And we know of, in a very general sense, some of the possibilities there.
Yeah.
Which I think we're all pleased to support. But just wondering, occurred to me, would they be beneficiaries of that?
Yeah.
Or we talked about greenfield and not developing, incurring costs for infrastructure for greenfield, that would be this would not apply to that situation. So I'm just trying to transfer, because I have no idea where the sewer lines go. If they go on the south side of the Highway 2, I think they're on the there must be a little bit at the corner, but the rest of the Highway 2 corridor to Poostkoopy, I have no idea of.
So through your worship, the MSA dealing with urban reserve lands is a negotiation. So I suspect if we had a program like this in place, that they would be, they could certainly negotiate similar terms as what's in this, if council was agreeable to it. That's my first take.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Just one question that popped into my head when you're talking greenfield development. So are you, say one of those lots over by, we were talking about residential, and I get that, like you're putting streets in, there's a cost, but if you're talking about a lot, say over by south of the event center, is that considered a greenfield?
So your worship, no, well, so a greenfield is an undeveloped large green space that then would come in and there'd be multiple properties developed within it. That is a greenfield.
So one of those parcels over there is 80 acres, I believe, which could have multiple
properties. That's the definition of a greenfield.
So then this wouldn't
apply. Because the greenfield is going to come with new roads, new water, new sewer within that property development, which is those new costs that we were talking about. So that, yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor.
So whereas if it's a commercial development on an 80-acre lot, the owner of that property is responsible for the snow removal, for the, they're not turning, once you get connected or tied in, they're not turning any of that infrastructure over to us. So there's no added cost. So if it remains a commercial or commercial
Singular
multi-use,
parcel.
whatever, it's, it wouldn't qualify as a greenfield, whereas if they get it and then they break it up into residential after the fact, then it would cease to be eligible based on the
based
parameters.
on the current motion, yes.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
So this would still work for...
Yeah, for the hypothetical developments Councilor Parslow was talking about, with respect to, I guess, the clarification around urban reserve is like any government to government, is a grant in lieu of taxes. So this is a moot point anyway.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. So does that, would that just be recommendation 2, or do we need to go still with that recommendation that's up there? Do we need to go through all the recommendations? Because I'm thinking like the $75,000 minimum, we want that in there. So then is this just recommendation number 2?
Based on the current discussion, I think separate motions are probably the best option.
No more work motions?
No.
Okay.
So this is on the floor.
So any discussion on this motion that's on the floor right now? Councillor Parslow.
Well, had council followed my reflections on this, we would have it would have been simpler in that we would have dealt with the revitalization, and then concerns about greenfield and greenfield development and sweeps of large undeveloped land could have been captured in a second motion, which is what I said. But you see, I'm hung up with that word revitalization. And that's one thing. And if you're talking about, that's for me, that's revamping property, improving property, filling the gaps, dealing with brownfields and stuff. But if you're talking about new subdivisions or new industrial complexes, that's why I thought that should be done by a separate motion.
Okay.
Anyway, you can only help so far, right?
Yeah, thank you. So I guess on the one that's up there, would it make sense to just have citywide and then remove greenfields, and then that can be dealt with at a separate because of the complexity of greenfields, or is that simple enough the way it is up there, Kevin?
Well, through your worship, if you want to do something different than what you described, with you have a commercial property that may want to subdivide and you want to ensure that they're within this, then you're going to need to do something different if that's what council wishes. Because right now, the way it's worded is that would be considered a greenfield property and it wouldn't be in there. So if you want to word it differently, then.
Okay. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm okay with supporting this as it is. It's a bit more expansive than I might have ideally wanted, where it's solely up to me. But I think excluding the greenfield lots and doing so with the understanding that single commercial development will not be captured by that, and that will, would be subdivided for residential reasons. I think that, while I take Councillor Parslow's point, we're starting to push up against the boundaries of what revitalization for existing properties means. I think it's still allowed for and captured by this. So in that light, I'm going to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to be 100% clear. Right now, this excludes the development south of the Ovintiv Centre and the casino. They would not qualify for tax exemption as that is written.
So if you're talking about the 80-acre parcel.
Yes.
And they were going to come in and develop multiple properties.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay,
It would be
I can't
excluded.
support this then.
I think that's why we need to remove the word greenfield. Put that on a separate line.
I can't, hypothetically or whatever we want to say, I can't support us not supporting a potential major development in the community.
So through your worship, then what I'm hearing is there's a difference between a residential subdivision and a commercial subdivision, correct?
1,000%.
That's what I'm hearing. So that's what it needs to, you maybe simply have to have some language around that.
Remove the residential and do residential separate.
Just one sec, please. Councillor McDonald.
I would like us to remove the residential part of that completely and do residential in a completely single home residential in a completely different motion. And we go back to the highway corridor in the commercial, industrial, all that. And we do residential separate. I believe when we started talking about tax exemption, we were talking about supporting strong commercial investment in our community. And I think we've gotten away from that. And I would like to see us get back to, first off, supporting strong commercial investment in the community.
Just before we change that, I'm going to Councillor Earl.
Could this, the amendment or change Councillor McDonald seeking not be captured if we were to put the word residential in between excluding and greenfield? So citywide excluding residential greenfield lots and leave it as is?
Is that?
Yes, through your worship, then that defines it by essentially the use, the zone.
Mm-hmm.
And so would.
Or
would
single family, whatever,
Yeah.
but
So
would
that
that
would-
not be more simple? Sorry, I'm not trying to be litigious, I'm just.
No, I just.
No, that's probably works.
So I guess. I feel like some of this could be enclosed maybe because there's some.
Skirting.
I just feel like I don't know.
Well, what this does, with that language, that means north of the hill on 17th where you have a field, if someone was to come tomorrow or next year and develop a residential subdivision, those properties would not be included in the program. If somebody comes and builds commercial, industrial properties in an open field, they would be subsequently included in the program for any building that occurs there. That's how it's worded right now.
So on south of the community where we have a developer that's been in here and has some plans to build there.
Residential?
Yeah.
Yeah, that wouldn't be included. Just, again, I mean, if you want to go citywide and just call it, and then go, but what I'm hearing on, there is some differences of opinions on the greenfield aspect. So that's.
I guess just to throw this out there, like you do citywide and you include greenfields, like what's the worst case scenario that we develop a couple ends of our town, get a couple hundred new homes, which likely probably might not happen, that we have a little bit extra cost for a few years to gain 100 homes? Like, it's likely not going to happen, but I mean, what's, I guess, yeah, you'd have 2 years of nothing and then you would start getting it anyway. So if there is a bit of a cost, but the reality is if we make it citywide, which makes it easier, we're probably not going to get 150 homes built this year. But if we do, that's, to me, that's a pretty good problem to have. I'd be pretty happy with that.
So my concern would be twofold. Number one, the costs that we've mentioned are added costs, and secondly, you're now competing, having brownfields compete against greenfields for finite investment dollars. And if the goal is infill and revitalization, it's probably going to be counterproductive in that respect.
But I guess like when this motion was brought forward, I was pretty sure it was the motion that I brought forward. It wasn't about just infield, like it was about the city as a whole, and that's what our discussion was at that time. It wasn't about just revitalization, that was part of it, but it was about how do we, yeah, that was my understanding of the motion and the discussion we had then, but I don't know, I get that there's difference of opinions, and I think it's good that we have this discussion, but I'm fine removing the greenfield lots. And I guess, for example, if we removed that and we had it open and we did run into that problem, I mean, this can be changed, but I don't know. The cost, we're not talking about infrastructure costs, we're talking about, would be sidewalks, snow removal, maintenance, right?
Yeah, in residential subdivisions, what you're talking about, those operational costs, operating a water system, a sewer system, plowing snow, and what history has told us, and not just the city of Dawson Creek, but municipalities, is that residential subdivisions don't pay for themselves, so it's an added cost. But if that's what council wants to have, then that's, I just need to make sure that you understand that. That's what council wishes is, yeah.
Well, and I guess like once this moves forward and becomes, or if it does, I mean, it can be changed, right? Like anything down the road, like in 2 years from now, we realize like, this didn't work, or this part didn't work and this did work, it can be changed, right?
Yeah, through your worship, I mean, I think you're going to have to review and just see what kind of success you've had, if any, and there likely will be changes maybe a year or two down the road. But it's not that you can't change it. That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. What fear would we have of changing it after the first 2 years, and then somebody who purchased a home based on those savings for 10 years? We can't just...
Yeah.
Grandfathered in? Yeah, I guess, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so currently we have up there citywide. We removed Greenfield with an exemption for a total of 10 years. So, I mean, that's what we have up there. If there's any discussion on that, I think we can call that. If it defeats, then we can look at something different. And
I don't know. So currently, the motion is the citywide, that council directs staff to develop a revitalization tax exemption bylaw that includes the following. Citywide with an exemption for a total of 10 years with 100% the first 2 years, with decreased 80% in year 3 and 4, 60% in 5 and 6, 40% in 7 and 8, and 20% in year 9 and 10. Any discussion on that? Councillor McDonald?
Sorry. Because I don't support that as written, I would have preferred, as it was my motion, to have left that residential greenfield in there and us vote on that.
Okay, so we can leave that in there. So we got that council directs staff to develop a revitalization tax exemption bylaw that includes the following. Citywide, excluding residential greenfield lots with an exemption for a total of 10 years. 100% for the first 2 years, decreased to 80% for year 3 and 4, 60% for 5 and 6, 40% for 7 and 8, and 20% year 9 and 10. So any
Okay,
discussion
thank
on
you.
this? Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate the greenfield, but I think I'm opposed to this. I'm going to vote against it. I think it should be citywide. So just my thoughts, but if there's no other discussion, I'm going to call this motion to vote. Is there a card pulled? What's that, sorry? Oh, one more. Are we good? Do I need to call it again? Okay. Okay, please vote. Vote is closed.
Oh my goodness.
And it's
Fails.
defeated. Councillor Parslow, Councillor Sudnick, and myself are opposed.
Take a break till Amy gets back?
Missed so much of the debate now, though.
Councillor Parslow?
I propose that we have staff develop a bylaw that reflects their best understanding of council's will, and we'll put it to the test at the next council meeting. But I think we've spent long enough on this, and I think we should give our good, wonderful staff, who's got a clear picture from council of the issues that separate us and those things that unify us. And I mean, I like what Melissa does. You know, she gives you a recommendation or an alternative. So they could develop two bylaws, and one that would capture both would capture the essence that we agree on, and one that captures the three musketeers down there and the three cardinals men down here. And we'll see if we can see where that... I think the benefit of that is, you know, there's much agreement about things. There's a little difference. It wouldn't take much for them to use what's up there and then point out the difference of wording to accommodate one group or the other group. And who knows, we may all change our mind by then.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Councillor Parslow. I feel like we need to deal with this now. I think they already did a pretty good job putting a report together for us. And
oh, sure.
And I don't know, I feel like I would be more confused on their side from the discussion than, so I would like a motion. Councillor Earl?
So just, I guess, one or two questions. So, I mean, my hang up on that last motion was obviously the residential greenfield piece. I don't think that, I mean, it's not a deal breaker for me, but I don't think it's what I would have initially considered part of a revitalization effort. I think building outwards instead of building upwards and filling in brownfields is kind of a different thing. But I guess I'm just looking for some insight from Councillor Parslow as to what his hang up on, because I'm fairly certain I where his worship and Councillor Sudnick are and why they voted the way they voted. Did you vote for it or against it because it was not expansive enough as the mayor and Sudnick did, or because it was too expansive, which seems to be what you were describing earlier?
So are you suggesting that I might have missed?
No, I'm just looking for, you just suggested staff do a King Solomon and split the baby in half, but I'm not sure exactly what you wanted out of that motion or what you wanted out of a motion.
Right, well, it's the...
Councillor Parslow.
Sorry.
Councillor Parslow.
My issues was around greenfields. I think, and its expansive nature. I thought that we were involved with focusing, as I said earlier on in the discussion, on dealing with brownfields, filling in the gaps, and we were not talking about the development of new subdivisions or new industrial parks. So that's why I voted against it.
But the alternative version would have been including residential greenfields. This one you voted against excluded them.
Say that again.
The motion that we voted, that defeated, excluded greenfields.
Residential greenfields.
Yeah.
The alternative would have included them, so you would have presumably voted against that as well.
Yeah, I guess I would, yeah.
Okay.
And the industrial... The thing that I thought was being captured here is that we were applying this, we were going to provide this tax exemption to sort of entire industrial park development, residential stuff. And some of that would have involved the services, right, that we'd have to develop for that. I was looking at existing infrastructure, where existing infrastructure is where we were going to put our focus.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
Councillor McDonald or Sudnick, were you planning to put a motion forward?
Just a comment. Can I just make one comment first?
I think, do you guys just want to take a 5-minute break and come back in?
Can I just make my comment first? Real quick, it's just be real fast.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor
Thank you.
McDonald.
Just for me, I think our biggest hang up here is the residential portion. I think if we could just make a motion that strictly sticks to what our CFO brought to us about multi-unit residential, commercial, mixed use, we make a motion on that. We get that out of the way, and then we have a discussion about residential. Because I think for most of us here, it seems like, I don't want to make put anything in anybody's mouths, but we all agree about the commercial, the multi-use portion of it. I think we make a motion on that, get that taken care of, and then we work through the residential separately so that we can at least have staff moving forward with the commercial stuff.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Sudnick?
Thank you, Worship. I was just going to have a comment on, I agree with you in your statement about making this citywide. I think if we have a developer, like I said, quite some time ago, they're not exactly lined up waiting to come into the city to build 200 homes. So if we do this and somebody says, hey, we'd like to build 200 homes, I think that would be a pretty good problem to have as that project goes along. So I'm in favor of citywide. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sudnick. I'm just going to call a 5-minute break. We are still on 9.3. I am going to just put forward a motion that the council direct staff, and do this in 2 separate ones, one to deal with residential separately, but council direct staff to develop a revitalization tax exemption bylaw that includes class 2 to 9 citywide lots with an exemption for a total of 10 years, with 100% for the first 2 years, with a decrease of 80% to year 3 and 4, 60% to 5 and 6, 40% to 7 and 8, and 20% to 9 and 10. If I get a second, I'll just explain it. Councillor McDonald. So class 2 to 9 is every other class in the city besides the residential. So once we've dealt with this one, then we can deal with the residential separately, which is class 1. And that will be single family, multi-family, everything will be under class 1, correct? Okay. So any discussion, Councillor McDonald?
Sorry. Sorry. I just wanted to say I appreciate just doing them separately. I think they're two very different types of developer. They're two very different types of developments. And I think addressing them separately is doing them both the best justice we can.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald.
Can we close that?
I'm fine, yeah. I guess it's not just about me.
Sorry?
I said I'm fine, but I guess it's just not about me. There's others in here. Okay, any other discussion on this, Councillor Parslow?
Apartment blocks, are they class 1? All multi?
Yeah, anything residential, multi-unit,
Anything
single
residential.
family. Yep.
Except for mixed use. Mixed use would be covered under commercial.
Yeah, this is everything but residential.
So through your worship, I think if you have like a mixed use, they're going to have like, it'd be commercial on the ground floor, residential above, they would split those uses, so.
So once, just to clarify, once we've dealt with this one, then we will then deal with the whole list on this one, and then we will deal with residential and the, okay. All right, any other discussion on this? Everybody's clear? So this is from classes 2 to 9, just for clarification, is anything within the city limits besides residential. Residential is class 1. So this will include everything citywide. Yeah. Councillor Parslow?
Further clarification, brownfields, do they carry which class do they fit into? Is it what they were prior to, prior to, what's the word, the building? Let's take the one near the credit union, right? What is that? Is that residential? Is that commercial? It used to be commercial, but what is it now?
Would it be to put class 2 to 9 and brownfields in this one?
So through your worship, so that, for example, that particular property would be commercial. So when you apply for the program as an exemption, let's just say they rezoned the property because they were going to build residential. Because that's when they apply. So it's at the time of building permit, essentially, you know what you're building, that's when you apply to the program. So it doesn't necessarily mean what the lot started at because there could be some changes on that.
Yeah, so, fine, thank you. So for this, proposed motion that's, where would residential brownfield be covered in another motion?
That's what I understand.
Commercial
I heard, yes.
brownfield will be carried by this motion. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
So in residential, we can bring up brownfields too. Okay. All right, any other discussion on this? No. All right, I'm going to call this motion to vote. And our vote is closed and it's carried.
Look at us. Beautiful.
All right, so we are left to deal with residential and brownfield, or residential brownfield. So
Through your worship, residential, class 1 as a whole, wherever it sits. Now,
Okay.
again, you could work that in different ways, but yes, class 1.
Okay, so
And yes, we still have the other recommendations regarding the exemption for what the limit is before, you know, whether the construction value and the certificate transferable. There's a couple others there, but.
okay, so we've got, let's do this first one then. So recommendation 3 is pretty much done because that's percentage in length, right? So recommendation 4, Councillor Parslow.
I'd like to move that council direct staff to prepare a revitalization tax exemption bylaw, which specifies that to be eligible, projects must have a construction value exceeding $75,000. And further, the maximum tax exemption shall be calculated based on the difference in the assessed value of improvements before and after construction.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald?
So just clearly, this way this is worded, and we've talked about this at previous council meetings, it's if there is an existing structure with a tax assessment, the exemption, that would continue, but the increase in value with the improvement is the only portion that would be tax exempt. If there was no building there, then all the improvements would be tax exempt.
Yes,
Correct?
that's
Yes.
correct. There'd still be, the land would still be taxable.
Yeah.
And you're correct on the first one that the pre-construction improvements would be taxable.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? No, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Okay, so recommendation 5. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move that council direct staff to develop a revitalization tax exemption bylaw that allows for a transfer of the exemption when a transfer of ownership occurs. Further, that the transfer is subject to the new owner accepting assignment of the revitalizing tax exemption agreement and agreeing to be bound by it.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Second, Councillor Sudnick. Any discussion, Councillor McDonald?
Sorry, and just to confirm, this is only on the commercial one we made, right? That it only applies to it. It doesn't necessarily apply to a future residential one?
Yeah, we're just dealing with the one original motion that was
Okay.
put up from classes 2 to 9 right now.
Right. Okay, just to confirm.
Yeah, once we deal with the next one, then I'll go through this again.
100%.
Yeah. Councillor Earl?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. I'll call this motion, or any other discussion? Sorry. No? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. All right, so I'll make a recommendation, I guess, to put this on the floor. So that council directs staff to develop a revitalization tax exemption bylaw that, oh no. Can you put the last one up that we just did? No, sorry, the first recommendation on the class 2 to 9. I just wanted similar wording. Sorry. I'm going to, thank you, Tab. I'm going to make a motion that council directs staff to develop a revitalization tax exemption bylaw that includes the following: Class 1 citywide lots for a total of 10 years with 100% for first 2 years, with the decrease to 80% in year 3 and 4, 60% in 5 and 6, 40% in 7 and 8, and 20% in year 9 and 10. Do I have a second?
Councillor Sudnick? Discussion, Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess through to staff. So as Councillor Parslow alluded to in previous discussions, Class 1 would include pretty much any and all residential, including apartments, including multifamily, mixed use, high density. So it's all captured under Class 1. All right.
Does it include any brownfields that would be in Class 1? Yeah. It would be everything? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not really talking about the property. The class talks about the use. So yeah, if it was a residential on a downtown brownfield lot, then yes.
Yeah. Okay. Other discussion? Councillor Parslow?
This, I don't, not very comfortable with this because I think if we want to encourage development, we don't want our community to get developed at the periphery, but we want it developed in the core. And this would incentivize development throughout the city. So my preference is existing lots, not lots that have been developed, are going to be developed. So you take a piece of land with no services being developed. I wouldn't want that phenomenon whilst we still have vacant lots within the existing development, you know, where the services are. So I vote against this.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Other discussion? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Your Worship. As this is written, I think this just misses the intent for commercial development. A commercial developer, I'm sure they pray and hope that they will not, or a residential developer, single unit residential developer doesn't hope to be holding on to a home for 10 years, right? And we're trying to incentivize them to build, not necessarily help them sell their build after the fact. I'm just hung up on the 10 years. I would prefer to see a 3-year 100% tax exemption for any citywide lot, and maybe we go one step further for an existing brownfield lot that says we'll give you a 5-year tax exemption on that, so that they have a little bit of incentive to try and build on the brownfields. That's just my thoughts. I'm hung up on the 10 years and why we're giving a 10-year tax exemption to a new homeowner when our intent is to try and have development, right? You know, I think a 3-year at 100% for a developer is going to be the incentive they want to build. Why we're trying to give a new homeowner a 10-year tax advantage, I'm unsure. Just my thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. As I noted in previous vote, my preference would be that we not provide an exemption for green fields for single-use residential. I think there's a finite amount of investment dollars, and I'd rather that property not be competing for development. You know, I'd rather people prioritize trying to redevelop brownfields. Having said that, given that this captures all Class 1, including apartment buildings and mixed use, which is going to be downtown, in order to hopefully encourage that, I can vote for it. My one concern, and it touches on Councillor McDonald noted, is the potential, how an exemption like this is going to filter through the housing market and potentially distort it in ways that don't necessarily serve the interests of the final person buying the home, which is always a potential, right? You pass a tax break with the intention of it finding its way to the people who are in need of it. But, you know, we've got a lot of intermediaries between home builders, between realtors, between, and that, you know, whether it over the course of that 10-year exemption, it ends up being $15,000, $20,000. There's no guarantee that $15,000, $20,000 in savings is going to find its way to the actual person buying that house. So yeah, that's my concern is as we talk about whether this is transferable, I don't know if it should be treated in the same way as commercial. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. I guess just to comment a little bit on, you know, the reason I guess my thoughts were on bringing this forward is that, you know, we're, you know, as we see it at our budget time, that we're faced with a lot of pressures and with inflation, and, you know, I think the city team's done a great job with our increases over the last few years, but those are just growing. So it was more of a way to think outside the box. How, you know, our only source of revenue is our taxpayers. So how do we get new taxpayers to the table? And I believe this would help. I think if it brought 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 new homes, or 100, that brings revenue to our municipality. But yeah, so I mean, that's just my thoughts on it, and the way I think when I look at this is it's about the bigger picture for me. Yeah, and I appreciate there's other ways of thinking, but it's just my thoughts. So, Councillor Parslow.
I appreciate your thoughts, but I think the research shows that residential subdivisions, the net does not, the costs exceed the tax revenue, whereas commercial, industrial, it definitely improves your revenue situation. That's the research that's been presented at a number of different conferences I've been to. So whilst it's nice to have new subdivisions, the net you don't benefit from it, but you definitely benefit from commercial and industrial. That's been my understanding.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Worship. Thinking on the 10 years as well, if you give a developer 10 years to develop land he just titled, where's the incentive for him to build there? For the first 2 years, he's not paying anything, right? Sorry, Kevin.
No,
Yeah.
I was just going to clarify. So this only applies to construction. This does not apply to lots. So if somebody comes in and develops lots, they'll be paying tax on the property.
Right.
There's no tax exemption from that. So it only from when they pull the building permit it starts. I just wanted to make sure we're clear.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's only.
I'm hung up on the 10 years. Hummuck.
Would changing that 10 years count? Actually, sorry, before I get to that, I'm just going to Councillor Apollonio. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just only want, I'm kind of confused because we're exempting like the class 2 to 9 with the same exemption, like 100% the years, and class 1 is the same as well. So what's the difference between that? Like the class 2 to 9 and then class 1, why we separated it? And they're still receiving the same percentage as years goes by.
Yeah, sorry, would be my fault for confusing it, but class 2 to 9 is just everything in the city besides residential. Class 1 is residential, so nobody put their hand up to put a motion forward, so I did. And I did it the way that I would have put the motion forward.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where the confusion is, because if somebody else, it would have been worded differently, but I was in favor of it all being together, so that's why I put it forward that way. Does that help?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Councillor Apollonio. Councillor McDonald?
You were going to question if I would support something with a shorter time period. Absolutely. I think the objective here is to incentivize developers to build. And if we did a 3-year, 100% tax exemption, So he titles, said developer titles 8 lots, right? He can build a home and he's got 3 years to sell said home. Right? He's been given 3 years, right? He's safe that way on taxes, that he can build the house, not pay taxes for 3 years. That's the incentive for getting him to build the house, right?
But I guess, sorry, are you done?
Yeah. So I just don't see the necessity of going 10 full years here, right? That way in year 4, we start seeing the revenue that we're desiring. We're getting that tax revenue because we need the tax revenue, absolutely, right? And if it's taking us 10 years to get our 100%, right? It's even taking us 7 years to get more than 50% of our taxes, right?
So what if I just changed it to 5, like the original, if we did 5 years, 100%, 80, 60, 40, 20? Because the reality is if a developer builds a house, he's not going to sit on it for 3 years.
Well, absolutely, right?
So then it goes back to the original where we just do it for 5 years, 100% the first year, 80, 60, 40, 20. Because we all know that the residential is different costs, like Councillor Parslow said. 3 years would be kind of extreme if he sells it the first year. Then
Absolutely.
It's gonna
Over 5 years, that would be the same thing. We would gain 2 years of full taxes, whether we do 3 years at 100% or do the cascading 5 year. It's the same thing. We'd make the same money after 5 years. I'd fully support that.
Okay, I'll change it to 5 years first, and then so year 1 would be 100%, and then year 2 would be 80, year 3 would be 60, year 4, 40. Councillor Sudnick, you seconded that? You were fine? Yeah. You're fine with that? Everybody else is fine with that? Okay. All right, so the new motion, the way it states, is that council directs staff to develop a revitalization tax exemption bylaw that includes the following: Class 1, which just for clarification is all residential, with citywide lots, so citywide, for a total of 5 years, with 100% the first year, with a decrease to 80% in year 2, 60% in year 3, 40% in year 4, 20% in year 5. Everybody's good with that and understands that? Councillor Apollonio, is that good? Yeah? Okay. Any other discussion on this? No? All right, I'm going to call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. 1 opposed, Councillor Parslow. All right, so recommendation would be recommendation 4, is that correct? Councillor Earl?
I'll move recommendation 4 that council direct staff to prepare a revitalization tax exemption bylaw, which specifies that to be eligible, projects must have a construction value exceeding $75,000, and further that the maximum tax exemption shall be calculated based on the difference in the assessed value of improvements before and after construction.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Second, Councillor Sudnick. We have to do it for this one now. We did it for the first class 2 to 9. Yeah. Any discussion on this? No? Councillor Earl and Councillor Sudnick. I'll call this motion to vote. I gotta call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Councillor Earl, did you want to do recommendation 5 too?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
Recommendation number 5, I
volunteering
will
you.
move that council direct staff develop a revitalization tax exemption bylaw that allows for the transfer of the exemption when a transfer of ownership occurs for the council, that the transfer is subject to the new owner accepting assignment of the revitalization tax exemption agreement and agreeing to be bound by it.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Second, Councillor Kemp, any discussion?
I'll just say that the change from a 10-year to a 5-year exemption definitely makes this aspect of the proposed bylaw more palatable to me. I think, as Councillor McDonald noted, a 10-year exemption for residences is a lot, especially if it is going to be subsidized over that short time by the rest of the community for a single-family subdivision. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow?
Well, I'll be voting against this because we've incentivizing the development of subdivisions, which will end up a net loss for taxes and revenue and costs of operating. And we're going to further compound that by giving a tax reduction, transferring it from the builder, let's say, or the subdivision developer to whoever buys the thing. And so we're just, in my view, making a bad decision, far more lengthy in its impact by going for option 1. I would favour option 2. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I agree with Councillor Parslow. I won't be voting in favor of this strictly because our intent here, I thought, was to incentivize development, not homeowners. So I'd like to, I'm going to vote against it.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Any other discussion? All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Councillor Apollonio, Councillor McDonald, and Councillor Parslow are opposed. All right, next order of business, 9.9. We have report number, we were complete on that, right? Before I move forward? Okay. Next order of business, 9.9. We have report number 25-094 from the corporate officer regarding appointment of bylaw enforcement officers. Councillor Parslow.
Well, thank you, Tab, for injecting a simpler topic to our agenda. And Melissa, no more complicated ones for at least one meeting. I move that report number 25-094 from the corporate officer, reappointment of bylaw enforcement officers, be received. Further, that Emma Russell, BCSBCA employee, be appointed as a bylaw enforcement officer for the City of Dawson Creek. And further, that the appointment of former BCSBCA employee Brianna Scarrow be rescinded.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Do I have a second? Councillor Kemp, discussion. Councillor Parslow?
Nothing to say.
Okay, I will call this motion to vote. Did he just say that out loud?
And firmly.
And it was recorded because he didn't have his mic off. Vote is closed. It's carried. It's carried. Next, 9.10, report number 25-001 from the executive assistant regarding memo meeting requests for the 2025 UBCM convention. Councillor Earl.
Move the recommendation that the memo from the executive assistant regarding meeting requests for the 2025 UBCM convention be received for discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Second, Councillor Sudnick. We'll call that motion to vote.
Pull this card away. Good.
Vote is closed. It's carried. Go ahead, Councillor Earl.
I mean, I think, the usual roster of meetings. What is it? Health, we usually require. What's it? Justice.
Public safety.
Public safety, Solicitor General. Probably resource. Well, I did get a conversation with a lovely assistant deputy minister one year who sent me towards some good resources. And I'd imagine lands with respect to some work we're looking to have done with respect to water. Which minister would that be? Land.
Well, there's a few Walrus emergency. There's 4 we would need to.
I mean, at the end of the day, I'm sure there's a lot of meetings we could have. There's a finite number of us, and we'd probably put our effort where it would be most useful. So I'll open the floor up to the rest of council, but I think, some issues that we're going to want to speak to ministers about have been long-standing within the community. There's been some progress made, and I think it's worthwhile touching base to communicate where that progress has been made and what's been going better and what still needs to happen. And I think that list of meetings we want to have would be very similar to previous years because of that.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. I just had a thought. I think maybe it was Councillor McDonald that brought this up before at a conference, but also one of our former MLAs was talking about when we do these minister meetings that he found the most effective is when it was just there to be like, these are issues, like how do we get an appointment with you, in Victoria and really address these. So my thoughts is when we're going to UBCM that we go with, if there's 4 or 5 that are, very impactful to our community, so water, public safety, the Solicitor General, healthcare, that we go with those with very brief notes, and it's just about like more of the face time to meet them, but realizing that they are seeing 200 communities for 15 minutes, that we want to know how we get to Victoria to spend more time with them. I know, heard that from MLA, and I think that was you.
I brought that up from LGLA.
From LGLA. And then also, just when Kevin and I did travel to Victoria and met with 2 of the ministers, the hour plus that we had with them was pretty valuable, and I think we've seen some wins in our community. So, that's kind of my thoughts around it. Like, when we're talking water is obviously probably close to the top of our list, public health and safety, healthcare. So just kind of my thoughts. And I guess I don't know, like, do we...
You took the words out of my mouth. Honestly, I was going to bring that up, that we use these meetings as leverage to establish the next meeting where we can go down as a delegation and have true meaningful talks where we have full attention and full awareness out of the ministers while we're talking to them. And then I was just going to add that we speak to the Minister of Municipality and Immigration. Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Just so that we can talk about immigration, MPMP, and international students as well.
Okay, yeah, that's a good one. I think another one too is I'd like to meet with the Premier to talk about just the whole northeast of BC and
I think having a conversation about the Northern Corridor too, just coming back from NCLGA and seeing how many of the Northeast natural resources are leaving that port and how we need better investment into the infrastructure and transportation corridors through the north here and how vitally important that's going to be for BC's prosperity, even Western Canada's prosperity in the coming 10 years. I think it'd be great to have a conversation about that. Sorry to cut you off.
No, all good. No need to apologize. When do we need the list? I guess it's a detailed report to council on June 2nd. So I guess if we're just want some broad meeting points, I know how much work that went into this last year too, preparing for it, and it's a significant amount of staff time. Where if we're going there with the intent that we're trying to set up a second meeting, and if there's, 4 or 5 that we want, then I don't know if as much time needs to go into that, I don't know, but. Councillor Parslow?
Well, we're finishing the day with my strong agreement for what Councillor MacDonald said and what you suggested. And I was going to say the package that we took with us last UBCM was incredibly good, prepared by staff. I think Kathy Tubb primarily. And really, if our focus is to prime a one-on-one, so to speak, so you've got their undivided attention, then the layout of the issue might be less writing, but more, these are the points that we want to make, right? And why we want to meet. So it might be less work, right?
Yeah.
If we all help, Kathy, but I mean, I agree. That is a bit of a meat market sort of thing that happens. And they you got 15 minutes. So get them to be interested in the issues that we have in the package that we take with us.
Yeah, keep it simple.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I think just to add, this public safety and solicitor general, the attorney general would be under that one. They're kind of, I found like when we met with both of them together, it was pretty beneficial. The water, Kevin, so we got Walrus up there, but what emergency management, or emergency and municipal affairs and environment. So there's 4 ministries that, for the water. And that wouldn't be an avenue where we would get them together, I don't think, but at least setting that up that we would like to, in the near future, go down there and meet with all 4 of them together.
So the ministry that deals with addictions.
That's health.
Is now health.
Yeah.
The Ministry of Mental Health got
Folded back into
folded
health.
back in. Because that's a problem for every community, but we need to bring that forward, supporting the addiction treatment work that's at Northwind.
Yeah.
And make sure that facility has trained staff and finished it. The capital project is finished.
Yeah. So I guess for now, is that list good? And then if there's anything else that comes up, I guess we would just need to get it to you in a timely manner, like in the next day or two kind of deal? Yeah. Okay, to email Kathy if there's something else somebody that comes up with.
Do we want to talk to highways about Taylor Bridge?
Well, I think that, yeah, regional district will.
Just add our voice to it, right? And the absolute need for it.
And the twinning of the highway from.
The twinning of the highway. I think it's worthwhile.
Yeah, Ministry of Highways, is that who that is? Would Minister of Highways look after, is that the ministry that looks after like the highways? Yeah. Ministry of Transportation, thank you. Oh, it was already up there.
She got it on there.
You guys are good. You ladies are good. Okay. All right, we good with that? No. Did I call the motion to vote for discussion?
Yep.
I did, okay. All right, so we can.
Good job.
Yeah, thanks. Still got a few brain cells left in me right now. All right, next order of business is 10 bylaws. No bylaws. 11 mayor's business. I'll just go through my updates really quickly here, but homeschool performers play. I attended that. I was invited. It was a few Fridays ago at the KPAC Kiwanis Performing Arts Center, or the Calvin Crook Performing Arts Center. I'm losing my my voice and my brain here. So
it should be Calvin Crooks. That's
Calvin
my
Crook.
opinion.
Yeah, Calvin Crook. So anyways, I attended there. It was a homeschool play. Their play was Honk, and it was phenomenal. I went on the Friday night. There was, it was amazing. There must have been at least 30 kids in there from every age. I would say from 5 to 16, 17 years old. There was a lot of community members. It was full in there, and it wasn't just families actually that were in there. I was sitting beside just some residents that just went to watch.
Nice.
So it was pretty phenomenal, and they, like last year, they blew me away on the job they did. Each and every one of them, it was absolutely amazing. So just a shout out to all those kids in the community and the organizers that put it on. It was amazing. I had a business and economic development roundtable a few weeks ago. I won't touch on it too much. There was a few that attended. It was very valuable. It was definitely a good avenue to communicate all the things that we've been doing and working on. And it seemed very grateful for it. I reached out to them afterwards, and they were just thankful to see that we were doing things and what was going on. So it was it was nice, and there was lots of good dialogue back and forth. NLC Cultural Arbor groundbreaking ceremony. I attended that. Last couple of weeks have been a blur, but I'm pretty sure it was last week, and it was phenomenal. Northern Lights College are just such leaders in our region and what they do moving forward. So very excited for them and our community, and for the whole region, for the arbor that they're going to be building out front, the cultural arbor. It'll be amazing and a huge addition to the college and our community. It's not just for the college, it's for the whole community and region. I had an open door last week. I had a few people again. It was quite successful. There was some discussion about lack of affordable housing for seniors. There was some talk about just protecting for seniors and just some of the scams that are out there. So we did reach out. There's been some things cops actually put on. I don't know if it was cops or this.
It was the South Peace District Crime Prevention.
Crime Prevention put on a seminar a while ago. And there was a few more things that got brought up with that. And then also some good discussion around cross-border cooperation for healthcare, and was able to touch on a lot of the stuff we're working on, but just really hear some of the struggles there. Step Up and Ride, they did write a letter. They're just looking for a council liaison, so they did agree to have a council liaison sit there just to give some updates. So I'll just put that out there now. If there's somebody that's interested on sitting on that, just let me know the next bit. I had a meeting with Mayor Clayton, Jackie Clayton from Grand Prairie, and their city manager, Shane Bork. This is a few weeks ago. Just a good meeting just to hear what they're working on and doing. They wanted to talk just about collaboration as a whole, like how do we work together. So it was very much like about our strategic priorities, about relationships and moving forward. So there's going to be some more dialogue coming with that. Kevin and myself are going to meet with them in the near future and just kind of see what that entails, and then we'll bring something to council. Now, Friendship Center, Kevin and I met there last week. Our meeting there was a lot of things that were discussed, but the main reason was just around the homeless shelter and just understanding that where that's at. There's also been, so out of that, we've just been hearing from a couple of the neighbors that there's some struggles that come from some of the neighbors with that there. So we just had that dialogue. They've kind of talked about that, hourly they do like walks around their building. So they're just going to include more of the surrounding area and just kind of work with those neighbors. So it was good. There was a lot of other things we discussed too. Some I don't want to get into because it's kind of their stories to discuss, but there was a lot of good things. NCLGA, I only had this on here because I just wanted to thank Councillor McDonald for attending, but I also just wanted to congratulate him on his role, I think of the second vice chair. So I just wanted to recognize your commitment to the NCLGA. You were on the board last year, but also to be recognized and to be nominated and succeed at the second vice chair. So just congratulations, and definitely beneficial to have your voice on there and the voice of our community and region. So congratulations. I did have a couple things that I added on here. So the Healthcare Roadshow is happening next week, May 28th. So it's just exactly what it sounds like. It's just a healthcare roadshow where there's some students coming up. Councillor Earl is the acting mayor, and I'll be out of town, so he's got a few things planned. But it's also open to if a couple councillors want to join as well. Just let Kathy know. It is on May 28th in the evening. So it's just an evening where I believe there's 12 to 15 students that are traveling up here where we can, kind of showcase our community, and they kind of travel all the way up. So, that was all I had. Any questions for that? No? All right. I guess 11.2, we had a delegation request from BC Lung Foundation. So, they're really just looking for our verbal support, I believe. There was no direct ask. Obviously, to use our resources to help them plan it, or our resources as in our team. But do you need some direction there?
Through your worship, they were asking for your support. So yes, if you have verbal support via motion, and for staff to be directed to help secure a location.
Okay.
And I believe there was a third ask to share the information on our socials.
Yeah, just basically, Hughes. Okay, Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would move that Council affirm the city's support for the BC Lung Foundation's initiative, and further that we direct staff to work with them to accommodate their asks around promoting and public engagement. Location, pardon me.
Seconded. For the second, Councillor McDonald. Any discussion? No. All right, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. I guess next, would this be a time to bring a motion forward to have something in committee of the whole in regards to the DCC and building permits and development permits, or is that something we can just bring forward next? Yeah. Or would it be better to do?
If you could just move on through the agenda, and I think you have the authority through the council procedure bylaw, but I need to double check that to ask for a committee of the whole. But if you just continue on, I'll have a look while you guys discuss.
Okay.
Thanks.
I'll ask Kevin a really long, difficult question. So you got
Okay, thank you. All right, next order of business is 12, Chief Administrative Officer Operational Update.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple quick updates. Tax notices have gone out. Postal strike starting possibly Friday. So hopefully they're out. The only hiccup that we might have is if they're undeliverable and we won't know if they're coming back. There might be some delay in that. We did proactively get some messaging out on social media to, about the possibility of a postal strike and some options for individuals. So that's out. Good news, I was informed we're doing some patching at the pool tomorrow. So that stretch that's beat up. So our contractor will be in cleaning that up and patching a good stretch right down the middle of the parking lot where it was all beat up. So that'll be good. Ryan has been working on the naming rights report for some time, so I just wanted to let council know to expect that soon. He's been working with and driving, I think, a few of his coworkers nuts with it. But it's coming. So, as well as assign a strategy, so. That's all I got. How'd you make?
Thank you. Tab, you can go first.
Thank you, Your Worship. You, the corporate officer designate or the mayor may schedule a committee of the whole meeting at any time. So if that's something you would do, we don't need a formal resolution to do so. We can discuss the agenda items
Okay.
and have that released as per normal procedure.
Okay, so we don't need to do anything. Okay, thank you. Councillor Earl?
Your Worship, through you to staff, the 2023 homeless count that was done in Dawson Creek by the Homelessness Services Association of BC and BC Housing Research Center was due to be updated this spring. Have we heard anything back from them with respect to how that went and when we can expect to receive that data?
Yeah, through your worship, I haven't. We'll follow up and see. We haven't seen anything come across.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Any other questions? No. All right, thanks, Kevin. Next order of business, 13 diary, nothing in the diary. Consent calendar. Anybody want to lift anything? No, motion to accept. Councillor Sudnick, second. Councillor Kemp, I'll call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Media questions? Media? 16.1, resolution to move into the meeting of council closed to the public. For agenda item 5.1, section 91E, the acquisition, disposition, or expiration of land or improvements, if the council considers that disclosure could reasonably be expected to harm the interest of the municipality. Agenda item 5.2, section 91J, information that is prohibited, or information that if it were presented in a document would be prohibited from disclosure under section 21 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Section 91C, labor relations or other employee relations, and Section 91K, negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are in their preliminary stages, and the view of the council could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality if they were held in public. Agenda item 6.1, section 91K, negotiations and related discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are at their preliminary stages and that in the view of the council could reasonably be expected to harm the interests of the municipality if they were held in public. And section 91J, information that is prohibited or information that if were presented in a document would be prohibited from disclosure under section 21 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
I missed part of that. Can you say it again?
Yeah, you bet. Which part did you miss?
Right in the middle.
Councillor McDonald, second. Councillor Apollonio. I'll call it. All in favor? Opposed?
I'm opposed.
It's carried.
That was the old-fashioned vote?
Yeah.
All